Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of the Irish Breakdown podcast brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. Happy Friday, everybody. Hope everybody's ready for the weekend. It's the last day of the transfer portal, and man, am I ready to kind of put all of this behind us. We move forward next week. What, Brian? We got about, 10 hours and 53 minutes?
Yeah, man. Yeah, so midnight is when it ends. So we're here 1:07 in the East, and I believe it's midnight, whatever time zone you're in, I believe. So technically since we're in Eastern time, yeah, so we're T-minus 10 hours and 52 minutes and about 25 seconds or so. So, yeah, then before we can finally say, okay, now we know what the roster is going to look like. Now we're ready to go.
Looking forward to it, man. We're going to have a lot of fun conversations starting next week. But before we get to next week, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Friday free-for-all mailbag today. And if this does happen to be your first mailbag, we have new listeners in here all the time. If you want to get your question, comment, concern answered, you can always put MB for mailbag or a little mailbox emoji before your question. That lets us know to set that question aside. And then all super chats get bumped up to the top. Those are always greatly appreciated as well. But today is fully dedicated to answering your guys' questions. So very, very excited to dive into this. I was starring some of them before the show started. We got some good ones in there today, Brian. I'm ready to rock and roll, man. We're 56 questions strong. It's going to be a really good show today.
I'm ready to rock and roll, man. Trev, I got your back. I just defended you with Zerk Knight in the chat. You got to check it out. So defended your honor. So I'm ready to rock and roll. Let's roll with Indy. It just means more. Let's go. Let's kick it off.
From Indy, it just means more. If Notre Dame football players major in football, is Rudolph not doing a huge disservice by not moving Knapp to the center this offseason to get him prepared for his future? He's not a tackle.
Huge disservice? No, because we've seen in the NFL, if you play a position in high school and they project you to another, or in college and they project you to another position, they'll just move you. I mean, Zach Martin was a 4-year starter at Notre Dame at left tackle. He played no other positions. And he moved to right guard in the NFL and had a Hall of Fame career. So now, do I think that Anthony Knapp would benefit more? And maybe if Zach Martin would have moved to guard at Notre Dame, maybe it'd have been drafted higher. I don't think in his instance that would have necessarily changed anything. But do I think Anthony Knapp could be better prepared to go be successful in the NFL? Sure. Do I think that Anthony Knapp would be better suited to play inside at Notre Dame? Sure. But and this isn't even a defense of Joe Rudolph. This is just an explanation of how football coaching works, because I think in his case, I don't know that I agree with this, but guys, left tackle and center are the two premium positions in football. And you don't move a guy off a left tackle in a pro-style offense with a potential Heisman Trophy candidate at quarterback if you're not pretty darn confident the kid that's going to replace that guy can handle the job at a high level. Now, I think he can. And this just kind of goes back to, like 2021 where Jeff Quinn just tried everybody but their mother. I mean, I think he might even given me a call and be like, hey, man, you want to come play left tackle, before we put Joe Walt out there? I'm obviously being sarcastic. It's like they tried Blake Fisher, then they went to Michael Carmody, and then they went to Tosh Baker, and then I think back to Michael Carmody before they finally put Joe Walt on the field. Well, we could see day one at camp, Vince calls me. Because remember back then I couldn't because of, certain stupid rules that people thought made sense back then, but never made sense. I couldn't be at practice the first day and stuff like that. And they're going into that season. And Vince calls me. He's like, who's 76? And I was like, that's Joe Walt. And he says, that's one of the most athletic big guys I've ever seen. And I was like, dang, okay. Like, we knew we liked his film. But even in fall camp, Vince and Sean be like, dude, this kid is like legit good. They could see it, but they had to have all these mistakes and things like that before they could even, decide to give him a shot. And game one, he steps in and is like, because, well, he wasn't ready. I'm like, so you're telling me 2 weeks ago he was just completely unprepared to handle college football, but just miraculously just the light went on and now he's a stud? Now, do I think some things helped? They played him at tight end a little bit, let him block there, things like that. Sure. But I do support the notion that if you're going to move an Anthony Knapp type of player away from left tackle, you better be confident that the guy is there. My counter to my own comment is, like, that's where Joe Rudolph isn't doing this because he's like, screw Notre Dame fans and them trying to tell me what to do. I'm not going to move Anthony Knapp because they told me to. He's not doing it, I think, primarily because he has an evaluation of Anthony Knapp that I don't necessarily agree with, partly, meaning like him being comfortable at tackle. But the other part of it is, I think there's a level of, well, I don't want to move a proven guy off of left tackle to put in an unproven guy. And while I understand that, so basically what you're saying is once a guy is established as a starter, he's going to be the starter until his career's over? At left tackle, it's not the case at other positions. You've benched other guys at other positions. Why is this one so special? And it's not even about benching Anthony Knapp. It's, but like, guys can't get experience until you play them. And it just seems like he's been dead set on every time that a kid comes in with some left tackle ability, he moves them somewhere else. So I think that you absolutely do that. And for people to say, well, he was really good at left tackle last year. Yeah, after the first 2 games, when they didn't play any good D lines the rest of the year, he did a pretty darn good job. I still don't think he's a high-level left tackle. I think he could be an elite center. And my preference is move him to center, let Ashton Craig train at left guard, and then when his time is back, you put him at left guard, or you let him battle at left guard when he gets back from being healthy. And then you let Will Black and Matty Augustine and, guys like that, Styles Prescott, battle for that left tackle job. Or maybe you move Gerby to left tackle, let all those guys battle at right tackle. I'd be okay with that as well. The only guy that I wouldn't put at left tackle is Jagasol. And not that he can't play the position. He showed he can play the position, but I think the time missed, I think he's going to be better served to move inside and not have to play in space. And then again, I worry about the injury history. That's what makes me a little bit nervous about, just plugging Ashton Craig back in at center. I don't want to have to get a new center again. That's a pretty important position. It's a little bit easier if Ashton does get injured again. It's a little bit easier to plug a guard in there than it is a center. So those are different things I look at and think about. And, it's about getting your best 5 on the field. And I've made this point before. That's what great coaches do. They say, hey, look, man, I know this kid was really good here, but to be the best team we can be, this is what we need to do. And, look, I'll use this example again. This is not an anomaly, but there have been other instances, but this is the most prominent. 2011, Barrett Jones from Alabama is an All-American. I think he was as a tackle and wins the Outland Trophy. And then in 2012, they moved him to center to make sure they could get the best 5 guys in the field. They put, I think it was like Cyrus Kajando and DJ Fluker at tackle because those young guys are ready. They moved him to center, and then he wins the Remington Trophy and was, an All-American center. And they went out and won the title. So it's about getting your best 5 on the field and not being so stubborn about where everybody needs to be. That's kind of my stance. But I don't consider it a disservice to Anthony Knapp, because I think if Anthony Knapp's good enough to play center, an NFL team will see that and move him there.
No, here's how I view this. It's not a disservice to Anthony Knapp as a player, not for what his future in the NFL holds. It's more of a disservice to the ceiling of Notre Dame's offense. Now, we talk about all the time putting your best 5 on the field. Brian and I are also under the belief that Anthony Knapp is one of the best 5, and I'm absolutely confident in saying that. But is his best fit at left tackle? I don't think that it is. That's how I kind of look at this. So it's not necessarily what it means for him as an individual player in his future in the league. It's more so everything that's at stake with Notre Dame this year, going into this offseason, you need to put your best 11 on the field. You need to put your best 6 in rotation at wide receiver, the best 5 in the offensive line room and in the right spots. And I just don't think Anthony Knapp's best spot is at left tackle. But what I do think is best for the offensive line is to have Anthony Knapp starting somewhere. And that's the biggest thing with him. from Aiden Benami with a three-parter. I think there's a fine line to be slightly upset if I'm Faison and Greathouse, others for that matter, when you bring in two very talented receivers like Porter and Graham. Yes, the players already there might not be afraid to compete, but at the same time, if I'm them, I'm a little frustrated. They don't believe in me or didn't, quote, earn that spot already. Maybe same thing for Christian Gray. Yes, you got to do what's best for the team. Tough spot overall.
I don't agree with this at all. I think part of the problem is there's fans. Like I tweeted something out last night. There's a Notre Dame put a video out, which I was like, oh, okay, finally we get like we can get to talk football. You know what I mean? Did you see the video? I know you did. You saw the video that Notre Dame put out last night. And I'm like, oh, finally something football related, you know? And it was just nice to see. I mean, like Chris Burgess, like, yep. He's legit huge. You know what I was told about his weight gains and he looks good. He doesn't look fat. He just looks massive. You know, I mean, you see his thighs and you're like, that's a big flipping boy. You know, you see Jaden Greathouse and Jordan Faison doing the medicine ball, which I used to love, have my receivers do. But I say, you know, everybody's excited about the two portal receivers in the incoming freshman class and all that kind of stuff. But like, to me, bringing in portal guys is no different than bringing in a talented freshman. You're supposed to not recruit your position until the kid graduates because to show you don't believe in him. I you know, especially when one guy has, you know, missed most of last year and was banged up for part of his freshman year. The other guy missed a chunk of his sophomore year and was not 100% most of his sophomore year. These aren't guys that have just been able to stay healthy their entire careers. That's not a knock, but it's more so, hey, we got to make sure we have proper depth and proven depth. So that's kind of part of it. But the other aspect of it too is, why are we as fans assuming those guys aren't going to start and still be the guy? Why aren't we working with the assumption that Mylan Graham and Quincy Porter are going to come in, especially Mylan Graham, because he plays more of that Faison and Greathouse side of the ball, like side of the receiving core, and say he's going to come in for a year, groom, be part of the rotation, give you 20+ catches, and then when Jordan Faison goes pro, because this is his last year at Notre Dame, then Mylan Graham steps in as a senior in 2027, and he's your star because Greathouse and Faison went pro. Because I know Jordan Greathouse took a red shirt this year, but if Jordan Faison or Jaden Greathouse goes out there and catches, you know, 60 balls for 950 yards and 10 touchdowns, yeah, he may not come back for his fifth year. And so like just because you brought these guys in doesn't mean they're not going to still be the guys. And if they're in their feelings to a degree where they're not going to go work, I mean, I'm sure they feel some kind of way about it. Every player feels some kind of way when you bring in somebody at their position. Just the severity of feeling some kind of way is kind of determines your own security. A true kind of competitor is going to be like, cool, we have better depth. That guy's going to push me. I'm going to push him. And we're going to go out there and we're going to do this thing, you know, and it's motivation. It's not about not believing in him. If Jordan Faison doesn't think Notre Dame believes in him, then I don't know what they could possibly do to do that. He got targeted more than Malachi Fields did last year. He led the team in targets. I mean, game plans were built around him. And if bringing Mylan Graham gets him to say, boy, they don't believe in me, then he's an insecure kid. But guess what? That's not how Jordan Faison thinks, because he's not an insecure kid. He didn't get to where he got to at the University of Notre Dame as a football player because he gets in his feels whenever there's another talented player being brought onto the roster. You know what I mean? So, and same thing with Christian Gray. I would say, for one, how about we not make assumptions about players not knowing about things coming in, and let's not make assumptions that bringing in talented players means there's a lack of belief in another player, or that maybe the players are insecure and feel a certain way about things that way. This is football. You bring in good players every year, whether it's the recruiting class or, I mean, so it's like, should they not have brought in Joey O'Brien because you know what I mean? Should they have not brought in Kari Adams so that Tay Johnson and Leonard Moore don't feel like the staff doesn't support them? You know, they brought in younger players. Like, it'd be different if they brought in like a Z that's coming off like a 75 catch, 1,100-yard season. You know, that's not what they're doing here. They brought in two kids who combined for 10 catches last year. If Greathouse and Faison are threatened by that, then maybe they're not really mentally tough kids. But I'll repeat again, those two kids did not get to this point in their careers at the University of Notre Dame. And Jaden Greathouse doing what he did in high school against the best of the best in the country because they're insecure. They're very confident in their abilities. And they'll go out there and battle their tails off and compete.
I think it's interesting that a lot of fans have taken this stance, and Jaden Greathouse and Christian Gray are two people that always get highlighted around conversations with Notre Dame, and I understand why. Christian Gray has been a very controversial person. Not saying that he should, not saying that I believe that he should be, but just what's been out there in the fan base. He's a controversial player to talk about. And then obviously everything that went on with Jaden Greathouse this season. But there weren't these questions when they brought in Francis Brew or Tion Gray. Nobody was feeling bad for Elijah Hughes, who transferred last year.
Right.
Like nobody was feeling bad for Tay Johnson last year when they brought in Jalen Stroman.
Yep. So this sucks for Cole Mullins and Davion Dixon and Sean Sevillano and
Right. Like we can't just pick and choose players that are hot topics of conversation. Like, well, we feel bad for them. Does this mean like the amount of questions that I've gotten and that I've seen posed on the message boards about, does this mean Gray's not starting? What's the percentage that Gray's not starting? Buy, sell, hold. Christian Gray's not in the starting lineup by the end of the year. It's like, hey guys, depth is good. You want, if we talk about Notre Dame having the best roster in the country and we want them to load up on receiving, or we want them to load up on recruiting classes and load up on portal classes, you can still only start 11 people on offense and 11 people on defense. And that's the goal. You want to push players to make them better with the people you have in the room, and if you can make additions to the roster. So I'm with you, Brian. It's not just these two guys. It's not just because a transfer comes in doesn't mean they automatically start. It doesn't have to mean that. I'm with you.
And you want to compete. I mean, that's the thing. Now, my only frustration with Notre Dame is I wish they were willing to do that on the coaching staff as well.
Yep.
You know, you're willing to, hey, we weren't quite good enough here at a position, so we got to go out and get better at that position. I wish they would be willing to do that with the coaching staff as well. That's my only complaint.
Sure. From Dirtbag Jake, with the portal additions, top 5 fastest football speed on offense and top 5 on defense.
Oh, wow. Top 5 on offense, just pure speed. I'll go Cam Williams. This isn't in any order. This is just the 5. I'll go Cam Williams. Should we just I'm going to do incoming players as well, because some of the fastest guys on the team are going to be incoming players.
Yeah.
But on offense, I'm going to go Cam Williams. I'm going to go Bubba Frazier. Let me pull up the scholarship chart. Just, hey, real quick note for people who are board members, because I get a lot of people asking about, like, you know, how many of this, how many of that, this other thing. We actually have a updated scholarship chart at the top of the board under ib.com. You'll see scholarship chart, and I update it usually daily. At the end of the night, I'll usually go in there and update it. So let's look at some of the faster guys. Here's some guys in the conversation. Just Jonas Walton's probably the fastest running back. Cam Williams. You know what's funny? This is something that people may not think about when they think about 5 fastest players, but I'm going to put Matt Jeffrey in that conversation. Matt Jeffrey can fly. He is fast. So I'm going to go Cam Williams is in there. I'm going to put Matt Jeffrey in there. I'm going to put Bubba Frazier in there. And then after that, it's some kind of battle between Mylan Graham, Jonas Walton, Quincy Porter's probably like right on the outside of that. Braden Robinson's got big time speed. And another guy that's got very underrated speed is Logan Soldate's got very good speed. He can run. He can really run. So those are the guys that would be in contention for top 5 on offense. Anybody that I missed on that, Trev, that you would kind of pound the table for?
Nope.
Defensively, it's Leonard Moore. It's Tay Johnson. It's Kari Adams. Trying to think through this one. So I said Tay. I said Kari Adams.
Leonard Moore.
Said Leonard Moore, obviously.
Yeah.
when he's healthy, Christian Gray is really fast. It's not always healthy. He didn't look as explosive last year as he did the year before. Who else is in there? I'd probably put like Brandon Logan's really fast. I'd put him probably in there.
Luke Talich is a sleeper. Like people think that he's slower than what he was because
that dang Florida State interception that still gets people thinking, because he's on the turnaround and he never kind of got his speed back, and people think that he's not fast, but he can run. That's a good one. It's a good one.
Yeah, he's definitely a sleeper in there. That fake punt that he caught against Stanford, he was hauling. Like he was definitely scooting. That's for sure. That'd be my 5 on defense as well. From Jacob Tupper, if Burnham didn't leave, does Notre Dame still go after Keon Keeley?
Yes. Yeah, there's no doubt. And they just have the 4 of them be part of a rotation. Yes, they would have.
From Bobby S., have you heard what the plan is for Keon Keeley? Do they keep him at the same weight, add weight, and move inside on passing downs, or cut weight to get his explosion back? If cut, how many pounds?
I haven't heard that yet. I can only tell you what I think they should do. And what I think they should do is drop him about 15 pounds, get him 265 to 270 range at the most, work on getting the explosiveness back. He's a strong kid. You can move him inside if you want to on passing downs. I still think Bryce Young's the guy to move inside on passing downs. He could be a monster going against guards and centers on 3rd and 8. And good luck throwing over him when he gets his hands up. You know what I mean? But yeah, I would get him. And Lauren Lando has always been a guy that with certain positions, he likes to get weight down at certain positions. He's never been a D lineman, has to get to 300. If a guy's at 290 is powerful and explosive and all that, there comes a point in time where, and this is what I think happened to Keon at Alabama, there comes a point in time where the weight starts to have a negative impact on your athleticism, whether it's your flexibility, whether it's your explosiveness, whether it's your endurance. There comes a point in time where you're like, okay, you've put too much on, and now you just can't be as fast. I mean, think about it right now. If you're an athlete and you're 18 years old, you're in the best shape of your life, and you go out there and run a 4.5, man, you're a great athlete. And then I say, okay, here, put this 20-pound vest on. Are you going to go out there and run the same exact 40 time? No, you're not. Some guys, however, can say, I'm going to put that 20 pounds on over the course of time, and I become more powerful, more explosive, and I can now run faster with the extra weight. And that's kind of what football players do. But there comes a point in time where you've just put too much weight to where his body just can't maintain its peak form, its peak performance, because you have put too much on. And I think that's what I think happened to Keon's, in my opinion. So I'd like to see them drop 15, 17 pounds and get him to 265, 270 at the most, get that twitch back, get that explosiveness back. That's what I would like to do. But I can't tell you that that's what Notre Dame is going to do, because I have not had that conversation with anybody yet. And I'll try, but right now it's just about kind of get through the portal and who you're going to get, and then we'll have those conversations when this is all over with.
Yep, absolutely. Another one from Jacob Tupper. If you could have only brought back one player, who would you have picked between Snead and Blair, taking into account eligibility, position, and ceiling?
Okay, this is a tough one. There's not a wrong answer here, Jacob. I would have gone Jalen Snead for 20, because as much as I say you've got to build for the future, building for the future can never you can't ever sacrifice for the present, because you're building for the future when you're Notre Dame, when you are where they are. There are times like Florida State when they're making starting decisions in 2026. Actually, they may be a bad example because that dude's coaching for his job. Look, put it like this. John Sumrall at Florida, if they got a position battle and it's a senior versus a sophomore, and it's real close, but the senior's slightly ahead, I think there's value in putting the sophomore on the starting lineup, because you're building for long-term. You're not going to go win a title next year. You're building to kind of establish something. If you're a team, if you're Georgia, however, And it's that same scenario. The senior's slightly ahead of the sophomore, and then you play the senior because you're trying to go win a championship. And that's where Notre Dame is. That's where Ohio State is. That's where, Oregon is. That's where Georgia is. That's where Alabama needs to be. And so would Jadon Blair have been as important of a player to Notre Dame at 26 as Jalen Sneed is going to be at linebacker? No, I don't think so. If you would have said, hey, we're good enough at linebacker, we really want Jadon because we may lose. I mean, after next year, you're losing to Luke Tallents for sure. He's done after 2026. He can't come back even if he wanted to because he was a special team starter as a true freshman. You also may lose Tay and Adon. So in 2027, this answer is going to look real different. Yeah, we got Joey O'Brien. Last I checked, they had 2 starters at safety, and they like to rotate guys. Present term, short term, right now, this season, Sneed's the better player to keep. Long term, I think they're going to look back and have some regrets about not hanging on to Jadon Blair.
Yeah, for 26, it's definitely Sneed. I mean, obviously, long term, the answer is Blair. Sneed can't play past 2026 either. So that's another factor in here, Jacob. So, yeah, for this upcoming season, it's Sneed. From Bobby S., is Gray a good enough tackler to be full-time nickel? Is that what he needs to work on most to take over that spot?
Yes, when he's healthy. Yes, I would say so. When he's healthy, he's a solid. I mean, he was a real good tackler in 2024 before the shoulder went down, and or before it hurt the hand, and then this year had the shoulder injury. But you go back to 2023 when he was getting in the game late. You go back to early 2024. And even some big plays. I mean, think of the 4th and 2 stop that he had against USC at the end of the first drive of the game. Think to that huge 3rd down stop they had against Penn State in the third quarter, where he flies downhill. Christian's a good tackler. He was clearly not right this season. Clearly not right. But yeah, I would say if you can tell me he's going to be healthy, I think he would be good enough to play there, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. The biggest thing he needs to work on is just staying healthy. If he is, I have full confidence in Christian Gray's ability as a tackler at any position, not just nickel. From Brandon Gilbert, for the Natty game, has FanDuel released the odds on both teams losing?
Unfortunately, no.
No, as things stand right now by our friends over at FanDuel, Indiana is still favored by 8.5 points. The over-under is set at 47.5. You could take Indiana on the money line at minus 350. So they're expecting the national championship to get brought back to the Hoosier State. So
this is one of my this is a super chat from Trev's Buy Sell Hold Glasses. This is very well done. I'm curious, who is this? Can you put in the chat who you used to be? But this is an awesome name.
Yeah,
You've arrived, Trev, when people are making their names on the chat after you. Like I've got BD's Brian's Lonely Mountain Dew Cup. I've got Brian's Balloons LLC. You know what I mean? Like Brian's Sliding Glasses is another one. So
yeah.
You've arrived when people put memes of you. So
well, this was very humbling. I appreciate you, Trev. But from Trev's Buy Sell Hold Glasses, what are the odds that I make a return appearance for the future Buy Sell Hold editions? I feel that I helped Trevor channel his inner Driscoll to find loopholes in questions.
Yeah.
Well, because of the reputation that I built with some loophole answers yesterday, brought these bad boys out today. No, in all seriousness, they are blue light glasses. I've had a headache the last couple of days, but if I keep answering questions this way, they might have to be here to stay. Who knows? From Sid the Kid with a 2-parter. I know the offense was good, but Denbrock leans vert, and at times it feels like it could bog down when that wasn't there. Curious if adding more horizontal stress would help the offense as a whole.
I think, yeah, go ahead.
Using jets, orbits, and shifts with concepts like levels, mesh, smash, and more horizontal run action to change the look and open up the vertical game more consistently.
So just so we're clear, mesh and smash are actually vertical stretch plays. It's kind of reverse. So a horizontal stretch is actually like left to right. So actually, 4 verts is technically a horizontal stretch. A vertical stretch is when you're stretching a team low to high or high to low. So like flood is a vertical stretch. Mesh is a vertical stretch. But your overall point, I agree with. I do think there needs to be some variety. They don't do one of the issues I have with the pass game is well, I shouldn't even say this. It's not what they have in the pass game that I have an issue with. There's a lot of good stuff in the pass game. It's they need some more counters in the pass game. I'd like to see them do a little bit more post-snap switching. They had some success early in the season with that stuff. You think of like the wheel route out of the backfield that Eli Raritan had. He also ran a wheel route for a big play against Arkansas. You know, we saw them use motion effectively to stack at times, and then they'd kind of go away from a little bit. I don't think they do enough things to get guys chasing. I don't think they do enough like rubs and meshes and things like that. They run a lot of crossers, but they're a lot of times solo crossers or more of a true high-low cross with a true high-low, meaning so like mesh is basically when two guys sort of run at a similar plane and they want to try to create confusion on the defense. A high-low is when I'm running a 5-yard crosser and you're running a 12-yard dig behind me. We're trying to get sort of a high-low ISO on that backside inside linebacker. And if he comes down and takes the front side crosser, then I bang that dig behind it. If he sinks underneath the dig, then I'm going to hit that crosser on a catch and run situation. And so I would like to see Notre Dame do more of that. And that's what the levels he's referring to. As I call it high-low. And yeah, I would like to see that. They actually do run a decent amount of smash. They just didn't play a lot of cover 2 this year. So we didn't see it as much. We saw it more against cover 4. They would run sort of that burst corner with a slide. So it's sort of like an inverted smash. So on smash, the outside guy runs either a hitch or a smash route. I say it's different because it's taught differently. A hitch route is taught with certain depth and conversions and things, where a smash route is going to have more of a, you're reading the how the defender's playing you, and you may work in, you may pivot depending on how you teach it. And then you've got a corner route behind it. So a corner is basically you go to a certain depth and you break. In theory, it's at a 45-degree angle, but it really is based off of the tightness of the safety. If the safety's playing like flat-footed, then you may take it high over the top. If the safety's bailing, you may break it off a little bit more. Can't break it off too much because you don't want to run on top of that corner route. But finding sort of that cover 2 hole, and then it's a high-low concept. You're reading the flat defender. If he sinks, you bang that hitch route. If he comes down, you want to try to throw the corner route. If they bang that and then kind of overplay the corner, then you'll have stuff coming backside. A lot. When I ran smash, I loved to counter it with either an over route, where just immediately working like 15 yards trying to get into that hole between the linebacker and safety. So that safety goes flying over to take the corner. Then I'm going to try to find that over route and try to hit that guy where the safety was. Or you run like backside high-lows in different ways. And then you come find that backside dig. I think I would like to see Notre Dame actually run some smash out of 3x1, because we saw a little bit more kind of cover 4 looks that were aggressive with the corners and some cover 2 looks to the field this year. I think you could maybe run a 3x1. So instead of the slot fade, actually call a corner route, because slot fade and smash are very similar to the field. It's just, I think the corner route allows you to get a little bit of a different type of throw, but you're attacking the defense sort of the same exact way. So I would like to see that, but like when you consider smash, it's a cousin of slot fade as far as how you're attacking a defense. I like smash as a complement to slot fade to the field. A lot of teams only run it to the boundary. I kind of like the idea of having that as a field throw as well at a 3x1. I don't love it out of 2x2, but out of 3x1, I think it could be real effective. At a 2x2, you just throw it out there and let the receiver go adjust to it. But yes, there's a lot of that type of stuff that I would like to see them do. Do more crossers, do more things where they're not as static and coming out of their top end. Jordan Faison especially had way too many routes last year where out of his break, he's basically just, okay, I'm here. I got to work to get open, but I want to see more things where he's speed cutting inside, where he's running that, a clear by number 2, and he runs a 15-yard dig underneath it with a crosser underneath. So now you've used your slot to kind of take the safety out, and now you're going to kind of ISO that play side backer or call side backer with a hard crosser from backside, and then you've got that 15 to 18-yard dig behind it to Jordan Faison where you're hitting him out of the break because that linebacker has driven down. You got to be careful that if there's a backside safety, he may rob down but that's where I kind of like doing that at a 2x2 because you can actually use your number 2 receiver backside, your tight end, to maybe run a clear or a slot fade to kind of occupy that back safety so he doesn't drive down. Because sometimes what you'll see is if I'm a backside safety and I get 2 verticals or I get 2 guys running down, then I'm going to come downhill and kind of rob that middle. I'm not just going to keep sinking back deep, right? So you like to have those clear things, and now I'm running that high-low and ISOing that hook curl linebacker, or sometimes it might even be a safety or a nickel. I really like that kind of stuff. And then you can run like a little check swing with your back, because the thing that can hurt that is if the nickel or the slot defender kind of sinks underneath those, the backer cut. Well, then now who's covering my swing route? There are some stuff like that I'd like to see them incorporate into the offense that work off of what they do, because they run so much for verts that I think some of those things can be really nice compliments, because when they see you both releasing deep, they're thinking, oh, Faison's either running a stop or a go. But all of a sudden he kind of snaps out of that thing and speed cuts it almost inside and level off, and now come right underneath that slot on the clear, and now they're in a bind. And it's a nice compliment to what you're doing. And then if you have some success with that, you can kind of use that against them. You can kind of almost run instead of the stop right, you can almost run like a quick turn, almost like a post curl, where now that guy's going to speed turn and think he's got to get over you, and you're snapping it down, and I'm right there and sort of like that 15 to 18, and he's going to kind of run by me. There's just a lot of different things that they can do that should allow them to really just attack certain parts of the field more that you're going to want to see. Now, the other part of it too, said the kid, is you can only put so much in year 1 with a first-year starter. And you're also and yeah, Riley Leonard wasn't a first-year starter period, but he was a first-year starter in that offense. And he missed all of spring. So I think there were a lot of things that Mike Denbrock would like to get to that he just hasn't been able to get to because of where the offense has been at quarterback. When you've got Riley Leonard at quarterback, you don't want to have 87,000 pass concepts in there, because you're just not going to get to you're going to be a jack of all trades, masters of none type of thing. A little different now. You've got a 3rd-year coordinator. You got a 2nd-year quarterback that's in his 3rd year in the system. You got Greathouse has played a ton of football. Faison's played a ton of football. And Micah Gilbert's going to his junior year. Elijah Burst is going into year 2 of the offense. Logan Saldate is going into his 3rd year. And now the number of new guys is a lot less. Now Mylan Graham and Quincy Porter are walking into a situation where everybody knows what's going on. They can help bring them along. The quarterback can help bring them along. You don't want CJ Carr explaining to a newcomer last year what to do. CJ's worried about what he's supposed to do. So I think those things are factors in it too. But we're on the same page. I would like to see. This is a great question. Got me into this is the kind of rants I like, Trev, where I start talking ball for like 30 minutes. You know what I mean?
For sure.
But we agree with the premise that there does need to be a little bit more variety in what they do. And I think that was also part of the reason. Look, guys, let's be real about something. Mike Denbrock is not recruiting Mylan Graham and Caden Finley and Quincy Porter and Bubba Frazier and Braden Robinson to be static players, just running stops and comebacks and post curls and snag routes and things like that. You're bringing in those guys because you want to get to the point where they catch the ball more on the run and attack down the field. But you've got to build. Look, this is one thing I think Mike Denbrock's great at. Coach what you have, recruit to what you want. And I think Mike Denbrock's as good as there is in the business at that. So keep that in mind when you think about what this offense looked like.
Biggest thing for me is getting the players with the ball in their hands in space. Way too much starting with the ball in your hands stationary. Like, I'm all down for now screens. I'm down for quick screens. Shoot, I mean, even Mike Denbrock ran tunnel screen to Jaden Greathouse against Florida State in 2024 to death, and it worked because you're getting a playmaker in space with the ball in his hands on the move. That's the biggest thing. So whether that is mesh or more orbits or more shifts, pre-snap motion, and more intentional pre-snap motion might be a way to get people on the run more, not just, a little zipper motion with your tight end. So all of those things I think will be on the table. And like you said, in year 2 of CJ Carr, I think we're going to see a little bit more of that, not giving him as much to manage pre-snap than what he would as a redshirt freshman his first year as a starter.
Agree. Absolutely agree. And why didn't they do as much of that? Was there a lack of faith in Jordan Faison or Greathouse this year? No, I don't think that they felt their line was in a position to do that. With Gerby early in the year kind of being new, and that's my guess. I don't know that they had a lot of faith in their line to be great at that. I don't know that I agree with that, but that's the only thing I can think of. Yeah. All right. We got some super chats here, Trev. So I do want to get down and get to some of those.
Super chat from Tyler Evans. Appreciate you, man. So the SEC wants a 16-team playoff and Big Ten a 24-team playoff. Can we keep a playoff format, please?
Yeah, I so despise Tony Petitti and everything he stands for. I think that guy is one of the worst people in all of college sports. He's fighting for private equity into the league. He's fighting for 2014 playoffs. He wants 4 to 5 automatic bids. Like, Tony Petitti has one goal and one goal only, and that's to make as much money as possible for his conference. What that may mean for the future of the sport, be damned. He doesn't care because he won't be around here in 10 to 15 years. He's trying to make that money now. I despise everything that he stands for. I despise everything he represents and everything he fights for. I despise that man incredibly from a professional standpoint. He may be the nicest guy on the planet. I'm talking about professionally. I despise what he stands for. And the 2014 playoff to me is like he's not even making a genuine argument. It's not like, hey, look, they go to 32 in the Division III level and 24 at the FCS level, and here's how. Where he's not even making that argument, because we've had people in the chat try to make that argument. It's about, I want this, and then I want guarantees for our league because I want to make sure we're getting our money. That's what it boils down to. I just 16 is the way to go at this level. It's the way to go.
There's very few people anymore that care about the quality of the sport, and that's unfortunate. And Tony Petitti, you could argue, is the leader of people that are trying to move the sport in the opposite direction of what it was intended. So I'm with you. Hard pass on 24 teams. Hard pass. Another one from Tyler Evans. Appreciate the super chat. FBS coaches recently voted to recommend allowing players to play in up to 9 games instead of the 4 games. And I feel like some players will take advantage of that, a.k.a. TJ Finley.
I think that's super dumb. I mean, just go to 5 for 5. This is so dumb. Look, I think there can be common ground here. And I think common ground between the old rule of either 0 or 4 and then 5 for 5 is make it 6. You can't play half the game. How are you going to play? So, think about this. Joey O'Brien comes in this year, plays 9 games. They choose not to play him against Navy, Rice, and let's say whoever the 12th opponent is. They want to preserve a year of eligibility. I'm just using this as an example. So he plays 9 games, and then goes and plays 4 more games in the playoffs, plays 13 games, and he's going to take a red shirt. It's dumb. Make it half the year. Anything more than 6 games in the regular season is it. But we're so past common sense right now, Trevor. We're so far past common sense at this point in time. Yeah, it's absolutely bonkers what it is now.
Yeah, 100%. Just give people 5 years if you're just going to go to 9 games. That's completely pointless. TJ Finley, it's kind of a different story entirely. I'm going to hold most of my opinions on it because I don't know the kid. I didn't follow his story. I just know the running gag of he's on, his 7th school and all this other stuff. I'll just say this. self-awareness, and I've said this before, self-awareness is a very underrated tool that people have, and I will leave it at that. But 9 games is ridiculous to maintain a red shirt.
How anyone could be celebrating this is beyond me.
Yeah.
You're telling me that kid's going to have it. Where's his degree coming from? Where has he been long enough to establish any kind of academic proficiency or success? It's all very, very gross. And all the I'm pro player. They don't say a word about stuff like that, because then they're greedy minds, because they're either greedy or shallow. Some people are shallow. They just want to be liked. They want to come across as pro player, because that's like the sports version of being like, woke and virtue signaling is, I'm pro player, so let me fight for a lot of things that don't actually help players, and I don't think get through more than 5 seconds of what the consequences might be, because I'm pro player. And then there's the other side of it, with the lawyers and agents who are like, hey, that's a rev stream that we want to tap into. And not enough people are actually saying, like, is this really good for young people? Are we really developing young men appropriately this way? Are we really preparing them to have success? Yeah, the kid made $2 million. He has no clue what to do with it. He's got an agent charging him 30% that's getting taken right off the top. He has no idea about investing. I would not have had a clue about investing money when I was an 18-year-old coming out of high school if I was that good. I would have blown it all. I'll get me a new car, get my mom a new car. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. And then I'm, finishing college at 23 years old, and I've played at, 5 schools in 5 years. And guess how much of that money I got left? I actually have more bills now than I have money left over, which is happening to young men. That's not a theory. That's happening. And it's been happening to professional players their whole lives. But I'm pro player, so I don't care about that. No, you're not. You're pro feeling good about yourself. And you like being liked, and you like coming across as the hero to the poor, beleaguered, taking advantage of student athletes who are getting free educations and things like that. Were they being taken advantage of to a degree? Yes, they were. But you've now overcorrected to where this system is worse for them than the previous one was. But they make money. So?
Super chat from Aiden Benami. These last 2 years have been horrible for us reversibles. Doesn't help all my IU brethren, make it very, very difficult to root for them. I stay quiet.
Yeah, I guess that's a term for people who root for Indiana in basketball and Notre Dame football or something like that. Yeah, Indiana fans are insufferable. They really are.
I have another term for those people. Super chat from Andrew Burke. Appreciate you, Andrew. Coach Marcus Freeman, I believe he's dead set on winning a natty at Notre Dame before leaving for the NFL. I also believe he knows the window is in the next 1 to 3 years. Thoughts?
I don't really want to spend the entire offseason talking about whether or not Marcus Freeman will or will not leave for the NFL. I appreciate how Andrew asked this question, because it's not, will he leave next year? It's, look, I do think winning a championship at Notre Dame is something Marcus Freeman wants to do. I do think that coaching in the NFL is something that right now is intriguing to him. It may not be in a year or two. He may win a title and be like, dude, I want to do this again. You know what I mean? Like, the community rallied around me when I went through this BS in the winter. The Notre Dame supports me like crazy. They give me everything I want. We're getting players in here left and right. We're winning. I'm basically a legend here now. I can basically have this job until I don't want it anymore, where if I could go win a Super Bowl, I was bringing up Nick Sirianni, but didn't that actually happen to an Eagles coach recently? Like, where he won a Super Bowl and like a year or two later, he got fired. Was it Doug Peterson or something like that? I think he got fired like a year or two after winning a Super Bowl with a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
Like, dude, you could win a Super Bowl and get fired a year or two later. You win a national title at Notre Dame, you're going to have a statue built for you, and you can stay here as long as you want, basically. That'd be awesome. To your question, I do think he wants to win a natty, and I do think Marcus Freeman is very aware that his current team and the next couple years, and I would even I think that's why he was so crushed by not making it in 2025. I'm just telling you guys right now, the Notre Dame coaches were very aware of how good their team was. And yes, we're all frustrated that they didn't do what they needed to do to have the team play better. But the way they looked at it is sort of like how we look at it. We played like crap in our first 2 games and still almost beat the number 10 seed at their place and almost beat the number 7 team at our place. And we played terrible and lost those teams by 4. We played them in November and we're having a different conversation. I think that's how they felt. Now, we'll never know if that's actually true or not, but that's how they felt. I mean, they were toying with people at the end of the year and winning by 40. I mean, it was nuts. And this team was playing it, and I think they're not having the opportunity to show that and get redemption for early in the season and go compete for a championship again, I think crushed them. I really do. And because he knew what last year's team was, but I also think that Marcus Freeman knew that 26 has a chance to be pretty special as well. And I do believe he believes that there's a window. Is it 1 to 3 years? That I don't know. They just signed the number 1 recruiting class in the country in high school. That class is going to be here hopefully for at least 3 years together. So I think that recruiting class extends that window a little bit as long as they can keep it together and now keep stacking on it. But there was actually an update on the board today of where players are or where the coaches are going today. And the Notre Dame coaches are hitting to the Chicago area real hard, which I dig. But the 27 class is loaded out there. And yeah. I looking forward to seeing if they can stack another one on there.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes winning a national championship also comes down to the timing of your own roster. And this is not me saying that it's now or never, but there's a lot of signs pointing in the direction that this could be the year. Because fact of the matter, you have talented players and you're going to continue recruiting very talented players. You're going to continue bringing in talented players via the transfer portal. But, we talked about this earlier. I think we talked about it in the buy sell hold yesterday. Odds are if CJ has the season that he has, he might be gone after 26. Leonard Moore's gone after 26. Adon Schuler could be gone after 26. Christian Gray's gone after 26. Drake Bowen is gone after 26. So like I said, sometimes things just kind of come down to timing. And I could see Notre Dame fitting that category. That doesn't mean that after 2026, their chances of winning a national championship are 0, but they're high this year.
Mm-hmm. I can't wait till we hear those.
Yeah. From, I'm going to guess, Capo DuBose.
Yeah, that's basically, it's a picture of Demetrius DuBose.
Okay.
So I think it's Capo, maybe. He was a captain, I believe. Perhaps that's what that means. I'm not sure. But that's a shout out to the late, great Demetrius DuBose.
Right on. Well, appreciate the super chat nonetheless. How do you guys feel on Freeman being an analyst Monday night for the big game?
I hate it as a Notre Dame fan. I completely understand it as the head football coach at Notre Dame. As a Notre Dame fan, I want them to tell ESPN to go, themselves and, take their game day appearance and stick it where the sun don't shine and not have one having to do with that institution. That's how I feel as a Notre Dame fan. As the head football coach at Notre Dame, you can't look at it that way. You have to look at it as there's millions of eyes, players, recruits, parents, fans are going to have their eyes on that day.
Yeah.
We need to make our presence felt. I get there, talk ball. People get to know me even more. There are still people who don't know a lot about Marcus Freeman. So having Notre Dame on that stage in whatever way possible, hey, man, they're not here. They didn't make the playoffs and their coach is here. How many other coaches are going to be there for teams who didn't make the playoffs? You know what I mean? Like, I get that too. So as a fan, I can be like, screw that. Tell ESPN to, go take a hike. Tell ESPN they can kiss your what and all these type of things. That's as a fan how I feel. But if I was in Marcus Freeman's shoes, I would absolutely do the same thing. Because he's got to do what's best for the program beyond just telling ESPN to stick it. And so I totally get it. I don't like it because I can only truly look at it from my eyes and feel how I feel. But if I was in his shoes, I'm 99.99999% positive that I would do the exact same thing if given the opportunity.
Yeah. Agreed. And they're just bringing him on, I think, as the guest picker at the very end. He's not going to be on for the entire show. So I guess I'm relatively impartial to it. Super chat from Patrick James. Appreciate you, Patrick. I got into a debate with my brother about IU. He says they're the best team since 2020 Bama. I said they're 2012 Notre Dame with a better quarterback. Thoughts?
I think you're both wrong. I absolutely think you're both wrong. I think Indiana's got a way better offense than what Notre Dame had in 2012. I think anyone trying to compare this team to 2020 Bama is out of their minds. This team would get smacked by 21 Georgia. I think this team will get smacked by 2022 Georgia. I don't even think they're the best team in college football in 2025. They're the number one team for a reason, but I think there's a couple teams that if they had a chance to play Indiana would have beat Indiana, and one of them is the team in northern Indiana that happens to play football in St. Joseph County. So, but I mean, I just wish people they're not even better than Ohio State 2024.
I was just about to say.
Like I don't understand why we have. Well, I do understand because we live in a clickbait world, and we live in if I compare them to such and such team, then people are going to engage in either agreement or not agreement. Indiana fans are going to love it. They're going to click on the video, or they're going to click on the article, and the people that hate them are going to click on the article. It's not real analysis, in my opinion. And I think fans hear that argument, they fall for it. They were more dominant. Yeah, look who they played. You know what I mean? Look who they played during the season. Of course they were dominant. They're a great team. They're the best team in the country this year when you combine talent plus on-field results. I said they're not the best team. They are the best team. They're not the most dominant team or the most talented team. When I say they're the best, I'm referring to they deserve the number one ranking. They've earned where they are. When I say they're not the best, I would not pick them to win against every other team that they would play. I would pick Notre Dame to beat them. But that's just my 2 cents. And you're a Notre Dame fan, whatever. That's fine. The point being, they are really good. They are arguably the best team in college football this year, as far as both of those things that I just mentioned. They've done a great job. They're a talented football team. They got NFL players on both sides of the ball. They are not 2012 Notre Dame. They have better depth of talent than 2012 Notre Dame. They have a way better offense than Notre Dame in 2012. I would argue that Everett Golson was pretty darn good in 2012 in a lot of instances. They have a better offensive system than Notre Dame had in 2012. They're a faster team than Notre Dame was in 2012 with how they play. So no, they're not 2012 Notre Dame with a better quarterback. They're also not better than 2020 Bama. They're not better than 2021 Georgia. They're not better than 2022 Georgia. They're not better than 2024 Ohio State. I think they're better than 2023 Michigan. I think they'd smack that Michigan team in 2023. I don't think that team had any chance of scoring on this Indiana defense. And this team could score 20 to 27 on that Michigan defense. I mean, I could see it being like a 20 to 10 game if they played. But they're not. I don't think they're better than Ohio State from last year. I don't agree with that. So, but that's what we got to do, right? We got to hype everything up and turn it into something it's not, instead of just enjoying that they're a great team in 2025.
This is what's been so frustrating. Brian, you made the joke before about how you don't necessarily have the same disdain for like IU fans that, Vince and I do because you didn't grow up here. But this is just kind of, and you're right, it is also the national media feeding into it. But this is the issue that I have personally had with IU fans growing up here my entire life. I've already seen stuff out there about how this might be the greatest college football team ever. And it's just like, hey, you're not top 10 since 2000, let alone ever. So that's the issue. Like, we're talking about a fan base that still goes out and celebrates a 2011 buzzer beater over Kentucky in a year where they didn't even play for the Elite Eight, let alone the Final Four. That's the fan base that we're talking about here. And now it's just been channeled into football. Christian Watford bangs a buzzer beater against number one Kentucky at the time, and people are like, is this the greatest buzzer beater in the history of basketball? And it's like, no, and it's probably not top 10. That's just IU fans in general. Now it's just channeled into football, and now this is going to be the greatest football team that's ever been assembled in the history of all mankind, in the history of the universe. That's just how it's going to be. When in reality, they play any of the top 10 teams since 2000s and they might lose by double digits. That's where I'm at. But as pertains to this season, what they've done this year is amazing. That's what sucks. I love the game of football, and I want to appreciate what Kurt Signetti did. And I genuinely mean that. The turnaround that he did with Indiana in the last 2 years is amazing, and honestly, unlike some of anything that I've seen in sports for a turnaround this quick. But it makes it really hard to appreciate when you got that on the other side. That's really tough. Ballpeen Shillelagh, will this Notre Dame offense be the most pass-heavy we've seen since Everett Golson in 2014?
That is a good question. Yes. I don't love the word pass-heavy. I don't think that Mike Denbrock wants to have a pass-heavy team necessarily. He was the coach of that 2014 team. But he's going to play to his team strengths. And the only other team that I would argue was as pass heavy as what I think this one is going to be is probably 2021. You know, I mean, Jack Cohn that year and obviously did some pretty good things, had over 3,000 yards passing that game, despite coming off the bench against Virginia Tech. And well, he started, didn't play much, got benched, and then came off the bench at the end. So he didn't throw for a ton of yards in that game. You know, but he had some massive games that year. I mean, first game of the year, he throws 35 passes, 366 yards. He ends the season with 285 against Georgia Tech, 345 against Stanford, 509 against Oklahoma State. So, and then there's some games he threw 12 and against Virginia Tech and stuff like that. But I think that's probably the most recent example. I think CJ Carr is going to probably average very similar to what Jack Cohn averaged. Jack averaged 29.7 passes per game. As an offense, they averaged 34.7. That's basically 8 more than what they did this year. And Jack was a pretty efficient quarterback, Trev. I mean, he completed 65.5% of his passes that season. But, yeah, I'm actually curious. What did they do? I know Everett threw a ton of passes, but 2014 football stats. I actually just want to see what Notre Dame's attempts per game was in 2000. Yeah, they averaged 35.6. So very similar to where they were. And part of the reason they averaged one pass more per game, Trev, is they only completed 59.8% of their passes compared to 64 in 2021. In 2021, if they had a 5-point lower percentage, then there would have been a need for even more passes.
Right.
So I would now again that also got bumped up by you threw like 60 in a bowl game, but you get the point. I think 2021 will be more similar to what I think this team will look like, but they'll just be better running the football. So I mean they had 452 carries in 2021. That's 23 more than they had this year. And now that was in 12 games or 13 games, but this team wasn't going to pass that offense by many from a carry standpoint.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because and when I say that is in 2021, they averaged 4.1 yards per carry. This year they were 5.7. So, I mean, you're going to carry the ball less. So I think that's more of a similar combination. I think 2014 was different because in 2014, they didn't really have the chance to have a great running game. I don't think their offense was a great run blocking line. They had just lost Zach Martin. They had just lost Chris Watt. You know, they were kind of breaking in new guys. Remember that year they ended up changing their offensive line all around. They started the season like Steve Elmer at tackle and Christian Lombard at guard, and they ended up moving that around. And then Nick Martin hurt his hand, had to move him out to guard, put Matt Haggerty at center. Like they had no continuity up front because of some different injury situations and things that had happened. You know, so like that was a little, and you had Torian Folson, who was a sophomore, Greg Bryant was a sophomore. Like there just wasn't this great opportunity to really build a good running team that year. So you kind of had to throw out a necessity. 2021, I felt like they tried to be more balanced with what they were doing. They just weren't great at running the ball because their offensive line was bad. I think Tommy Rees wanted to run the ball more in 2021. And when the line played well, you saw him lean into that. I mean, but yeah, I think that's probably more comparable, but just better.
Yeah.
Just better at it.
Makes sense.
Got a couple more super chats popped up.
Getting into part 2 of the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. It's a Friday free-for-all mailbag, and we got a super chat from James Delaney kicking off part 2. Appreciate you, James. Would the football team benefit from Notre Dame starting a wrestling program?
I don't know how that would benefit the football team. Part of a decent chunk of wrestling season happens during football season.
Yeah.
College football, right? Isn't wrestling a winter sport, winter into spring?
Yeah. So
you mean if Notre Dame plays for the championship, they're not going to be able to join the wrestling team till, actually let me look at something real quick. Let me just look at like Penn State's wrestling schedule real quick. So Penn State has already had 7 matches. That's what they call it, matches, right? Is that what they're called in wrestling? Yep. And they've only got 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 left. So if Notre Dame's playing in the championship, their next duel or match is the 20th. No, they just had that. It would be the 16th. So they've got one today. They've got one on Sunday, and then they've got one next Friday. So it probably really wouldn't be till Monday the 30th or Sunday the 25th that football players even be able to do it. And now you're down to like 5, 6 matches left. And now you're going to have to do what? Just cut a bunch of weight that you like this in high school. I get it, but in college, I don't know of any like Michigan or Penn State or Iowa wrestlers that also play football. So I'm not sure. James, maybe you can explain to me kind of why you think it would benefit. I can't really speak on that also, Trev, because I didn't wrestle. So but we had a lot of kids on our football team that wrestled. A lot of linebackers, a lot of offensive linemen. Because in high school, you'll have a 185-pound guard, who's a tough kid and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
Lacrosse is not a winter sport. Jordan Faison, after the Sun Bowl, got off the plane and had lacrosse practice the next morning to gear up for the season. Conditioning for wrestling is significantly different than conditioning for football. So, James, I understand where you're coming from. Basically, everybody that wrestled, like on my high school team, played defense, and it's leverage and how to attack different angles. So it's like I understand that, but there's so much more in it than that. I mean, it would be very difficult.
Yeah,
very difficult.
He says wrestlers can learn leverage and explosiveness, which can help in the trenches. I understand that for high school. Like every kid that would be a lineman for Notre Dame that would be playing in the trenches would be a heavyweight wrestler, correct? What are the weight classes in college? I know they're bigger than high school, but look, Harry Heastan recruited a lot of kids who were wrestlers in high school. I don't think that it's the offensive line coach's job to work on pad level and stuff. You can maybe find a wrestler in high school. Charles Jagasaw wrestled in high school.
Yeah,
I don't know that it's something more like it's going to benefit you in high school, in college.
No, the heaviest weight class in collegiate wrestling is 285.
And what's below that?
I'm not sure. I just looked up what the heaviest was. So it's one of those things where it's like, I understand that it would help in the trenches, but 285 now, basically.
Does that mean you can't bigger than 285?
That's what I would. I'm sure there's like a give or take. Like if you're like 286 potentially, but you can't be 300 pounds.
Sure.
So that basically, I understand where you're coming from here, James, but that would basically eliminate every single offensive lineman on the roster not named Cam Herron. And I guess technically, as of right now, Gregory Patrick and Charlie Tom. But those are 2 6'5", 6'7" guys
who aren't going to be 285 for very long.
No.
I think you'd have one guy, Cam Herron's now they'd have a lot of defensive tackles that could maybe wrestle.
Yeah.
But not a lot of offensive linemen could wrestle for very long.
No.
Yeah. Yep, that's funny.
Super chat from Tyler Evans. Appreciate you, man. You have to pick one team in each Power 4 conference, and you believe they have the most pressure going into next year.
That's a good one. Let's start with the Big Ten, Trev. Who has the most pressure? I think, I guess it depends on what you're referring to in pressure. It could be pressure in that, you've got to win or you're going to get fired, or you better win now.
Right.
The pros are going to go in direction. I think the Big Ten, no matter how you spin it, I mean, I think that was kind of easy. It's Matt Rule at Nebraska. I mean, I think there's pressure on Matt Campbell at Penn State. I think there's going to be pressure on Kyle Whittingham at Michigan dude, you got to right the ship quick. But as far as like the pressure where 2026 is a make or break season for you, I don't know that there's anybody in the Big Ten that has more pressure on them than Matt Rule at Nebraska, especially now that Jonathan Smith got fired. The only other ones that I would even consider being on that same level, Trev, would be Luke Fickell at Wisconsin and Mike Locksley at Maryland.
Mine personally is USC. I think they have a ton of pressure going into this year. Like they played a big part. I mean, really the only part in changing the landscape of college football. You got rid of one of the most historic rivalries. All to
blamed them for it.
Yep.
It's like you blamed Notre Dame for, you cheated on Notre Dame and then you blamed them for it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Yeah.
Like you did all that to get into the playoffs, which is something that you still haven't done, even in the year that you beat Notre Dame. So all of this push, you tore up the Pac-12 to go to the Big Ten. Now you're getting rid of the Notre Dame rivalry to give yourself a better, chance at making the playoffs. Okay, then you better go make the playoffs. Like if that's truly your out, I mean, I would put them they're at the top of my list. I agree with Matt Rule. He has a lot going in, but part of me is starting to believe that I don't know. This is just outside looking in. I think the leadership at Nebraska is just okay with 7-8 wins a year, or else they wouldn't have extended Matt Rule, somebody who has yet to get a win over a ranked team during his time. But for USC, dude, like you have basically put all your chips on the table for a playoff spot this year by doing your part and trying to blow up college football. I think a lot of the pressure's out there in LA.
I dig that. That's compelling. I'm still going with Matt Rule because I think he's the most likely to get fired. And I think his task of winning this year is going to be harder than it is for USC. But I like that. That's a really good argument for USC. Really good argument.
It's the glasses, bro.
I dig it.
Well, what are the
take them off? I'm tired of looking bad. Oh yeah, there's the rest of them. Sorry.
Yeah, the three other ones.
So yeah, I was so shook by your great answer that I just wanted to move on. No. Let's go ACC next, Trev. ACC's interesting. Here's some coaches who I think have a little bit of a hot seat. I think Pat Narduzzi just continuing to collapse down the stretch. I think I got to imagine they're kind of getting tired of that. Dave Doran is a guy on the hot seat. Dabo is a little bit on the hot seat. Mike Norvell is on the hot seat. Bill Belichick's on the hot seat. Bill O'Brien's on the hot seat. I don't think there's a hotter seat in the ACC, however, than Florida State. I think when you look at the expectations for Florida State, they had that really good 3-year stretch where they looked like they were ascending, and they've just kind of tanked. You go out and beat Alabama by 2 touchdowns in the opener. You climb up into the top 25. There's a lot of excitement. And then, boom, you lose to Virginia. You lose, 7 of your last, 9 games or something crazy like that. And you got players leaving. You're not recruiting well. I don't know that there's more pressure on anybody. There might not be more pressure on any Power 4 coach, honestly, than what's on Mike Norvell next year. You could argue he is the tops of everybody. There's a lot of coaches in the ACC that have to show something this year, Trev, but I don't think anybody's sniffing what Mike Norvell's going to experience at Florida State this year.
Yeah, we see the ACC the exact same. The pressure on Mike Norvell is crazy. The fact that they went 5-7 this year in the regular season, and that was a 3-game improvement from 2024. Anything short of being outside of a playoff contender on the bubble watch, I don't know if that saves his job. Anything outside of that, honestly. So I agree. I agree there in the ACC.
Big 12, Trev. Look, the Big 12 is a little interesting. Joey McGuire, there's no hot seat anymore there. There's no hot seat at BYU. They have Willie Fritz has done a tremendous job at Houston. The head coach at Arizona did a great job with that team this year. Kenny Dillingham is loved at Arizona State. He's doing a great job. You know, a lot of other coaches, I think you could start kind of having some conversations about hot seats, except some, there's some new coach at Oklahoma State, new coach at West Virginia is going into year 2, new coach at UCF going into year 2. You've got a new coach at Kansas State, new coach at Iowa State, new coach at Utah. So there's not a lot of hot seats in the Big 12 right now. I think Sonny Dykes at TCU's on the hot seat. I think that Scott Satterfield did a nice job of getting himself off the hot seat with how the team started. But I think losing your last 4 games, with one exception, they were all by double digits with one exception. I think kind of puts him back on a little bit of a warm seat at Cincinnati. I think that Lance Leopold, you got to kind of start trending back up a little bit. I think there's 2 coaches I would argue that I think are going to go into the season a little bit of hot seats. I think Deion Sanders is going to have. I mean, you've gone 3-9, 9-3, 3, or what? Yeah, 3-9, 9-3, and 3-9, right? Isn't that what he's done in his
4-8?
Okay, so you've gone 4-8, 9-3, or 9-4, and then 9 and then 3-9. That's not good. Yeah. And your 4 wins your first year, you had an overtime win over Colorado State. You had you start off 3-0, you're 4-2, things looking good, and then you just collapse down the stretch. And then 24, you have a great year, you lose your bowl game, but it is what it is. And then 25, you just come out and you just kind of, you beat Delaware, you beat Wyoming, you beat Iowa State. I would argue that this year's team was the worst that Deion's had in his 3 years, and it's not real close. Because like I said, and even in 2023, when they went 4-8, they beat TCU on the road, they beat Nebraska. They beat their rival. They beat Arizona State. They lost only by a touchdown to a ranked USC team. They lost in 2 overtimes to Stanford. They only lost by 7 to a ranked Oregon State team. They only lost by 3 to a 10-win Arizona team. They only lost by 6 at Utah. I had a couple blowouts, but they were competitive. This year, Trev, their wins were over bad teams. They lost by 16, 14, 46, 35, 35, and 10. They had a couple close games. But when you're losing at 7 points at West Virginia, that's not a close game. That's an embarrassing game because you shouldn't have lost to that team. Your 7-point loss to Georgia Tech's not respectable because you should have beat them by 14. They turned the ball over like 3 times in their first 4 possessions.
Yeah.
And you couldn't do anything with it. You had a very respectable loss to BYU. But other than that, they just weren't competitive this year. That's a bad sign. And they lost a lot from their roster. I think he's on the hot seat. But I don't think there's a hotter seat in the Big 12 than Dave Aranda's at Baylor. The natives are getting a little bit restless. He had a big portal pickup when he got DJ Lagway. That's going to raise expectations, I think, even unfairly, because I think Baylor fans and media have a view of DJ Lagway that I don't know that you and I would necessarily agree with.
Agreed.
We love the physical talent. We don't love the quarterback talent so far, and the ability to stay healthy so far. But I think if Dave Aranda doesn't have a really legit bounce back season this year, I don't know that he's going to last much longer.
No, Dave Aranda takes the cake for me in the Big 12 too. At least with Deion, like Colorado still loves him. It's like they're still going to remember the 2024 season, and Deion's just cool. He's a cool guy. And like to the optics of a college student, it's like, yo, we got a head coach that's bringing Lil Wayne to the tunnel. Now, from somebody that like loves and respects the game, I think that's silly. But I understand when you're trying to appease to, the 18 to 21-year-olds that are in college, that's cool, I guess. So I think that's kind of going for him a little bit at Colorado. Dave Aranda at Baylor. Yeah, that's one of the coaches that we could have conversations about. If they start off poorly, one of them that might not make it to the end of the season, depending on how bad it is at the start. So he's definitely on there for sure.
All the Pac-2 coaches are new, so we don't even talk about them. They're both new, so good on them. I had to get that little dig in. I'm sorry. SEC, Trev. I mean, some of the hot a lot of the hot seat coaches in the SEC are gone. Sam Pittman's gone. You've got Hugh Freeze is gone. Billy Napier's gone. Mark Stoops is gone. Brian Kelly's gone. And I think that is bad news for Shane Beamer because now all the hot seat attention in that league is going to be focused on you. I think Texas fans want to see more from Texas, but there's no hot seat or even a warm seat for Steve Sarkisian. Clark Lee's beloved. I think they think there's one coach who is a bad year away or a disappointing year away from getting on the hot seat, but he's not there yet. And that would be Eli Drinkwitz at Missouri. I think they've kind of underachieved a little bit the last couple of years, but their record didn't really reflect it last year. Their record was better than they actually were as a team because they didn't play anybody. This year going 8-5 against not a brutal schedule, but a better schedule. I think they reflected that that's not a real good football team. And, you're getting portal guys in and then they leave after a year and you're just not really – they're spending a lot of money. And, there were some St. Louis kids that jumped in the portal that wouldn't even visit Missouri, So, I think Eli Drinkwitz it's starting to heat up a little bit for him. But when you go 3-9 and they spent the money on last year's roster that those boosters spent on last year's roster, and they're spending a ton of money on this year's roster, they're not doing that to go 6-6.
Agreed.
So, yeah, I think they're and I would argue that my opinion, I don't know what the perception is at South Carolina. So if anybody's tied into South Carolina, you can correct me if I'm wrong. As an outsider, I think the two hottest seats in college football right now are Mike Norvell, number 1, and Shane Beamer, number 2. And people got to stop. They just gave him extension. That's irrelevant. That's what buyouts are for. But look, what am I going to spend $20, $30 million on this year? A roster or the buyout? That's what these coaches are going to have to determine. And if he doesn't turn this thing around big time, then he's going to be on the hot seat. I mean, think about LSU. Brian Kelly had a huge buyout.
Yeah.
And he hadn't had a losing record yet, and they fired him.
Oh, yeah. Contract extensions don't mean a whole lot to me in that regard. For the SEC, and I know some might view this as a hot take, I'm going with Kalen DeBoer. I'd be lying if I said that all expectations at every job are the same. And the expectations at Alabama are not to do what you just did. Now, there's two different ways you can look at it. It's like they made the playoffs. They got to win in the playoffs. They beat Oklahoma and Norman in the playoffs. Yeah, that's fair. The expectation at Alabama is to also not lose by 21 in the SEC championship and get the absolute brakes beat off of you against Indiana in the quarterfinals in the Rose Bowl. The expectation is to not lose to a 5-7 team by 14 points to open the season. So do I think that he's as close to getting fired as Shane Beamer? No, I do not. Definitely not. But people need to understand, whoever was going to follow up Nick Saban was going to get looked at very, very, very closely. I like Kalen DeBoer. I question the fit of the hire of Kalen DeBoer when they hired him at Alabama. And now we're starting to see that. I know I have friends that are Alabama fans, and they're already over it because it's, hey, look, you can make the playoffs all you want. Can't lose by in the 30s to Indiana. That's especially down there in the SEC, man. Yeah, I would throw Kalen DeBoer's name in that hat. I mean, Kalen DeBoer is significantly closer to being on the hot seat than Steve Sarkisian is. You know what I mean? So that's not a great look for him.
Nope. No, it's not. There's a lot of turnover in that league this year, too. Arkansas's got a new coach.
Yeah.
Auburn's got a new coach. Florida's got a new coach. Kentucky's got a new coach. I'm very interested to see if this new influx of coaching can make the league better. One of the things that I've argued is, yes, the fact that everybody can pay players now has certainly spread out the talent pool. You'd be naive to say that that's not part of the thing. I've also said that part of the reason the SEC hasn't been as good in recent years is the coaching isn't as good in the SEC. That's starting to change. Whenever you think about Lane Kiffin, he's a better coach than Brian Kelly. LSU upgraded at head football coach. You've added Mike Elko to the league in the last 2 years. There's a reason A&M, who's disappointed every year for decades, made a playoff run in year 2. And it's not because their boosters paid for the roster. The boosters have always paid for the roster. It's that you now actually have a good football coach leading your football program. Somebody that understands how to develop culture the right way. And, Josh Heupel's a nice coach. I don't think he's a great coach. I think Clark Lee has proven to be a really good football coach. There's some other good coaches in the league. I like the job that Jeff Lebby's done so far at Mississippi State. They got better in year 2. They had a lot of competitive losses. They had some really good wins. So I think they're trending in a decent direction. But adding Alex Golesh into the league makes the league better. I think John Sumrall's a better coach than Billy Napier. That's an upgrade. I don't think much of the guy that got hired at Memphis, but I also didn't think much of Sam Pittman. So I don't know if that really is I think I love the Will Stein hire. Now, there's some risk. Anytime you're hiring a coach who's never been a head coach, there's always risk. But, boy, I love that risk. That's a great risk to take if you're Kentucky. Like, this is better than had you gone and, maybe moved on from Stoops a few years ago and promoted Liam Cohen to be your head football coach. I think he has been a much better coordinator than even what Liam Cohen was. And a lot of people remember from past OC searches, I was a big fan of the scheme that Liam Cohen brought to the table at Kentucky. He had one down year, but a lot of stuff, he did some really good stuff there. I love Will Stein's offense. And, let's see what kind of head coach he is, but that's the kind of gamble that you want to take. So I think overall, Trev, the last 2 years has really elevated the league from a coaching standpoint as Clark Lee has kind of figured out how to be a head coach. I don't mean that as an insulting manner. I just mean when you're a brand new head coach and you're taking over what he had to take over as a roster, the lessons you got to learn in year 1 are a whole lot different than the lessons that Dan Lanning and Marcus Freeman had to learn in their first years as head coaches and what Ryan Day had to learn in his first year as head coach. And what Dabo had to learn back in the day, Dabo didn't take over a great team, but he took over a talented team. Clark Lee took over a real different situation there, than it's different than what Mike Elko inherited at Texas A&M kind of thing. But I think the level of coaching in the league is elevated the last 2 off seasons with some of the hires that they've made. The last 3 off seasons with some of the hires they've made. And I think that there's risk in the coaches they hired. Sumrall's a risk going from G5 to P4. That's a risk. Same with Alex Golesh. But I think those guys are good football coaches, and they both have experience coaching in the SEC. And so I do think that's something that has adds a little intrigue to the SEC the next couple of years. I think there were some smart, good, sound coaching hires made in the SEC by everybody not named Arkansas.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, LSU's hire of Lane Kiffin, they bumped up their over-under win totals in 2026 on FanDuel. Right now, it's over-under 9.5 wins for LSU this upcoming season. Before they hired Lane Kiffin, I think it was either at 7.5 or 8.5. So,
look, Lane Kiffin is a bit of a boomer bust coach. You just never know he's a very volatile coach. But that is absolutely there's some risk hiring Lane Kiffin. You just don't know what you're going to get from him. But it was absolutely the guy you needed to go get this offseason. You needed to breathe kind of some fire into your program, and he's certainly going to bring that. No doubt.
Absolutely. Super chat from Jacob Laudenslager. Do you believe with the offense running through Carr that he'll average more in line with 30 to 35 passes a game?
30, yeah. I don't know that they're going to get up to 35. Here's the reason why I'm not sure they're going to get up to like 34, 35. A couple things have changed about, like, when we talked about like 21 and 14 when they were like 34 and 35, Trev. Well, there's different clock rules now. And so, you're not always going to necessarily have as many snaps as you did back then. So I think that's kind of part of it. In 2025, Notre Dame had let's see here. Let's go total offense. Notre Dame ran 752 plays this past season. The year, actually it's hard to tell the year before because they played 16 games. But 2023, they ran over 800. So, about the same. 870 in 2022, 903 in 2021. They ran 867 in only 12 games in 2020, Trev. 889 in 2019. 954 in 2018 and 13. That would be 13 games. 17, 912, 16. They were at 826 and only 12 games. And that team was pretty terrible. So you're running less plays per game, just overall. The other reason you're running less plays per game is because you're a far more explosive and efficient offense. You're doing in 4-play drives what other offenses need 7 or 8 play drives to put together. because you're much more of a big play offense. So, I mean, that's the thing is I could see CJ Carr completing 68 to 69% of his passes, averaging over 9 yards an attempt again. And, and going 21 of 28 for 312 yards and 3 touchdowns. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of my thing is he won't need as much volume because of his skill and because of the offense being such an explosive high efficiency offense. I mean, look, there's a reason Mike Denbrock is twice. Like, think about this. Mike Denbrock twice has set records for yards per play at Notre Dame for an offense. He broke it. He set it in 2015 and then broke his own record in 2025.
Yeah.
That's not an accident.
Well, and you also have to count if the defense is also the unit that we think that it could be, they're going to be getting some short fields. That's also going to factor into the number of offensive plays that they run. So there's a lot of different factors in that. So
let me also make this little nugget. Do you know what offense set the all-time record for yards per play at LSU? I'll give you a hint. It wasn't an offense led by Joe Burrow.
I'm assuming the 2023
offense.
The
23 team by a lot.
Yeah.
Now, would that have changed if they'd have played 3 playoff games in an SEC title game? Perhaps. Perhaps. But the point is like that offense did not set the record. And look, if you look at their 3 play, actually it might not have changed a whole lot. So let's go 8,526 minus 481 minus 692. I'm going to have you write a number down, Trev. Minus 628. Can you write down 6,725?
Yep.
And let's see, 1080 minus 155 minus 74. So that's the number of 1309. Can you write down 1309?
Yep.
All right. What was the yards number I gave you?
6,725.
Okay. And then what was the number of plays they ran?
1309. That's
not correct. I added. Sorry. 1080. I added instead of subtracting. I'm like, yeah, that's not, that math don't right. That ain't mathing right, Trev. 851. Let's go 851. So you said it's 6725?
Yes, sir.
And it was 851?
Yes, sir.
They were 7.9 yards per play before the playoffs. Before the SEC title game in the playoffs, they were at 7.9. So Mike Denbrock led an offense at LSU that was a half a yard better than the 2019 offense at LSU. So like explosiveness is a big part of what makes his offenses unique. And so when you do that, it's going to lower the number of attempts that you do because they're not a fast-paced tempo where they're running like a million plays a game. They're about efficiency and explosiveness. He did it at Notre Dame. He did it at LSU, and he did it at he's obviously done it at Notre Dame in 2 different stops now.
Yeah.
So I think those things are obviously you have to take into consideration for when you think about like the job he's doing and the job he's done as the head football coach. So yeah, and the year before he took over at Cincinnati, they were at 5.3 yards per play. And then in the last 2 years there at Cincinnati, they went 6.7 and 6.7. And those are big jumps. Those are big jumps. Let's go down here. We got some more here. I want to try to get some people we haven't gotten just yet. I don't know. Yeah, we did that one from Ball Peen Shillelagh. Here we go. John Leahy. Let's get one from John here.
What is the most important aspect of the team that has to improve this offseason to become a championship team?
The offensive line has to become dominant. Yeah. If the offensive line, think about this. I'm just going to say this. The offensive line plays good football, not elite football in game 1, just good football. If the offensive line would have played against Miami like it did against Nick Scorton and Shamar Stewart and Cassius Howe and all those guys at Texas A&M in 2024, what's Notre Dame's record at the end of the year, Trev?
12-0. At
worst 11-1 because the defense sucked against Texas A&M. But they beat Miami if the offensive line plays as well as they did against Texas A&M.
I'll do you one better. If they just played as well as they did against Texas A&M in 2025,
that's a good point.
They would have beaten Miami.
The offensive line. Look, why does Marcus Freeman why do football coaches talk about the importance of line play? Because this is still a violent sport. And the other part of it is the offensive line is truly who determines whether you go into slumps or not.
Mm-hmm.
That's your slump buster. That's your, how do you handle going on the road and playing in a big moment? Your offensive line plays great. You line up, run the football, protect the quarterback, and then all of a sudden the craziness of the moment and everything slows down, because that's exactly what they did in 2024 against LSU. They came out Texas A&M. They just came out ran the football. And so, yeah, I just think those are things that are vitally important. If every part of the team plays exactly the same way they did last year, zero improvement at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, D-line, linebacker, corner, safety, special teams. Nobody plays an ounce better than they did last year. They're the exact same team they were last year, but they have a Joe Moore Award winning caliber offensive line. This team will win a championship, because they would have won a championship this year with that same exact thing. So it's just line play.
Yeah.
John, is to me. Now, within that, there will be improvements to more specific like categories. If the line plays better, they'll be better in third and short. They weren't very good in third and short this year. If the line plays better, they'll be better in the red zone. It doesn't completely fix the red zone, but it helps, and it helps enough for a team that already has what they do with CJ Card and the running backs and the receivers and the defense and all that. Helps you improve. It makes you even better than you already were on third down. What's crazy is Notre Dame was better on third and medium and third and long than they were on third and short last year. That's a line problem more than anything else. That's a line problem. So if the offensive line plays better, then other aspects that we may look at, like, I wasn't asking about a position group, right? Let's say that's John's counters. Like, I didn't really want to ask about position group. I just aspect of the team. And that's my point, is the line playing better then enhances the other things. They pass pro better, which means CJ's better, which means the receivers are more productive. Even if their ability doesn't change, their knowledge doesn't change, if the line plays better, their results will be better. And that's why I say the offensive line. I'll say it one more time, because I truly believe this. If every other aspect of the team is exactly the same, let's say this. The receivers are better. The running backs aren't as good, but mix them together, it's the same.
Sure.
So every aspect of the team is the same, but the offensive line takes that leap they're capable of. This will be the best team in college football next year.
I agree. Offensive line absolutely has to play a big factor in that. I'll go a little bit more big picture. The most important aspect in the offseason to focus on is you need to play as a complete team in September, in the early window. You got to figure out a way to do that. In Marcus Freeman's tenure from 2022 to 2024, the offense was just not what it should have been. You could argue 2023, but the second they played a team with a pulse, the offense put up 14 points. So and then in 2025, we obviously know what the defense did. I understand they only scored 24 against Miami. They put up 34 offensive points in their next game, but the defense wasn't there. You need to figure out how to play as a cohesive team in the early window of the season. You can't start off 2026 with playing from behind, and you're in the same situation for the third year in a row. Back against the wall, can't falter. Every game's a playoff game. You got to put that behind you. How do you do that? I don't know. That's why they don't pay me millions of dollars to figure that out. If they did, maybe I'd try to help figure it out. But Notre Dame has to find a way. Marcus Freeman, Pete Bavacqua, Lauren Landau, Mike Denbrock, Chris Ash, all the way down to a film analyst on special teams, has to figure out how to get them playing as a cohesive team, offense, defense, special teams, in the early window. Because we know what this team looks like in October and November, and they're going to be unstoppable. But you can't be stoppable in September. You got to figure that out early, man. That's going to be the biggest thing.
And that's why I will say this a million times this offseason. There's no coach who has a bigger job in front of him than Joe Rudolph, a more important job, in my opinion, than Joe Rudolph.
Yeah.
Which means if things go really well, most likely it'll be because he does such a job that we're praising the heck out of him at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Is Notre Dame good enough to win a championship with just a solid offensive line where they're so talented up front that even if they're not coached great, they still play well enough to win it all? Yeah. Yeah, they're talented enough next year, in my opinion, the offensive line. If Charles Jagasol's healthy and Ashton Craig can stay healthy, those are ifs, big ifs. This is one of the 3 or 4 most talented offensive lines of college football. They're talented enough to kind of overcome mediocre coaching. Outside of that, I just think he's going to have to do a good job for this team to win it. I'm not saying he's got to be the reincarnated Harry Hiestand. I don't think he has to do that. He doesn't have to overcome having Brian Van Gorder defensive coordinator. You know what I mean? Like Coach Hiestand did.
Right.
But he's got a huge task in front of him. I shouldn't say huge, important task in front of him. I was trying to get people we haven't gotten before, and I'm like, oh, we've already done one from Ball P and Shillelagh, but this is actually Paul Bean Shillelagh. So you kind of threw me off there. Very well done.
Okay, well, from Paul Bean Shillelagh, you could only run a single personnel package on offense for an entire game this season. What would it be and what package?
11 personnel.
Yep.
No doubt.
Yep. I'm just, with the makeup of what this roster is, 100% 11 personnel. And this is coming from the tight end guy, but when I start looking at different types of production, the style of offense that Mike Denbrock likes to run, we already know that even when a second tight end is on the field, they're not really a threat in the pass game. I would much rather have 11 for sure.
And that's true for this team. If I were to ask you this question in 2020 or maybe 2021 or 2012, your answer probably would have been different.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, 2012, I'm 12 personnel because I can move Tyler Eifert all over the place.
Absolutely.
Have him, Troy Nicholas, TJ Jones, and DeVaris Daniels on the field all day. Have fun with that. You know, other years, like, dude, you only had one tight end in 2015 that was healthy by the end of the second game. So 12 personnel wasn't really a thing you were going to do a whole lot. You had Tyler Luatua, Nick Wisher to go with Alize Mack. 2020, when I had Michael Mayer and Tommy Trumbull and Brock Wright, I had 12 personnel, with Ben Skronik and Javon McKinley. I'd probably done 12 personnel and then just rotate Avery Davis as the Z. 12 personnel would have been my prominent one. So it's not even that I love 11 personnel. It's literally the makeup of this team. And as Trevor said, how Mike Denbrock likes to run his offense, this is a no-brainer. But in other years, I think my answer would have been different. And his answer would have been different. Absolutely.
From Ghost of Notre Dame, thoughts on Coach Freeman going on the College Game Day show? I personally don't like it.
So we addressed this earlier, but the reason I wanted to bring it up because he gave his opinion. I'm curious. I didn't get a chance to see the responses in the chat. I'm curious what you guys think of this. I'd like to hear in the chat if you guys are against it, are you supportive of it, or are you like Trev? Because I said I'm for it. I wouldn't do it, but if I'm the head coach, I'd do it. Trev said he's indifferent. A buddy of mine texted me. He's not happy about it. I'm curious what you guys think in the chat about it. So I'd be curious about that. So we did address that Ghost of ND, but I want to hear your guys' opinion. And basically what we said, I said, look, as a fan, I wouldn't do it. But Marcus Freeman's not a fan. He's the head football coach, and he has to represent Notre Dame, and there's a lot of reasons why it makes sense for him to do that. All right, let's get some more. That's an interesting conversation. I knew it was going to be something that there was people going to come down on different sides of it.
Sure.
Understandably so. I emotionally come down on different sides of it. My heart tells me to say, what, stick it where the sun don't shine. My head says, dude, you're the head football coach. You got to be bigger than that. You got to put your big boy pants on, go represent your football team because there's advantages to being on that stage and having yourself seen on that stage. So my heart and my head had two different opinions. So I can understand why the fan base has different opinions. But I'm just curious to hear what you guys think about that.
From Florida Irish, I can't believe I'm typing this, but rooting for Miami. They beat us and get the title seems easier to wrap my head around than IU winning a title before Notre Dame. Do I need to impose a self-ban?
Dude, if it was anyone other than my Indiana and the fact that their fan base is just so obnoxious, I would say, yes, you need to impose a self-ban. I just can't root for Miami. I just can't. This is kind of a lose-lose for me as a Notre Dame fan, this game. Because either A, one of your rivals who you despise wins it all, or B, an in-state school that's like never been good at football wins a title more recently than you do. That would bother me as well. I mean, there's just a lot of different reasons why this is a lose-lose. I think at the end of the day, I'm probably end up kind of for Notre Dame thinking that maybe Miami winning is probably better for Notre Dame than Indiana. I don't know what benefit you get from Indiana winning it, but if an ACC team wins the championship, now maybe people stop saying the ACC sucks as much as they do. So yeah, I just it's not an easy it's not an easy answer, Trev.
No, I mean, when I was looking at the college football playoff semifinal, this was my doomsday scenario. Like it was, if the national championship was Oregon versus Ole Miss, I could have cared less who won, and it would have had virtually no impact on me as a Notre Dame fan. And yes, I understand Oregon has never won one either, but I'm sure we can all agree in the chat, and Brian, I'm sure you would agree with this too. Oregon in previous years has been significantly closer to winning a national championship than what IU has been in previous years. So I would have much rather it have been Oregon Ole Miss in the national championship game. I think that also would have led to a more aesthetically pleasing football game to watch. The final score of this game might end up being 13-6. Who knows? But with that being said, I don't know, man. Because I get no, and this is just me, I get no solace in at least Notre Dame lost to the team that won the ship. And it's like, well, but they shouldn't have lost. Like, that's the thing. Like, but then I don't want IU to win it either. Just knowing that in my lifetime, and I've seen a lot of counters for it. It's like, well, Notre Dame has, X amount, and this is IU's first one. It's like, hey, that's cool, bro. I haven't been alive for any of Notre Dame's. Mm-hmm. Like that. I mean, cool. They won one in 1966. My mom wasn't even born. Like, that's dope. Like, that doesn't affect me. Like, it's cool to say, but I mean, if IU wins one over Notre Dame, that'll be a tough pill to swallow. Doesn't make it not impressive, but that doesn't make it not hard to swallow.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
From Jimmy James, do you expect Notre Dame to add more from the portal? And if so, what position would you speculate?
I think Notre Dame is going to be looking for depth players, like preferred walk-on types or smaller school guys that maybe they bring in at quarterback, potentially running back, like a Max Hurleman, Jake Tefelsky type of special teams type of guy. When they brought in Jake Tefelsky, it wasn't to challenge Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price for a starting job at running back. It was to be a really good special teams player, and that's what Jake was. Same thing when they brought in Max Hurleman. It wasn't, from where was he at Colgate? It wasn't to, challenge, Jeremiah Love and Audric Estime for a starting job. It was to come be a heck of a special teams player. And I think some of those type of guys I could see, maybe a linebacker that would be similar since you lost Bodie Cahoon and Anthony Sacca and some guys like that. Maybe there's that type of, sort of like a Trey Reader type, as a player where you can play kickoff coverage, give you some scout team looks, things like that. I think those would be positions where they might still be looking for some guys, but I don't think it's going to necessarily be like the high level guys that we're thinking of that we're all excited about.
Yep, agreed. More depth pieces. Again, it's going to be more of a testament to the state of the roster as it is right now. So I agree. From James Delaney, would you be happy if Notre Dame played a game in Dublin annually?
No.
I'm
okay with the Dublin game once every 6, 7, 8 years, once a decade-ish. That's not a game I want to play all the time. It's just, there's a lot. It's expensive. I know that it gets I think part of it gets paid for by the group that brings them over, but I'm not so much talking about it's expensive for Notre Dame. It's expensive for Notre Dame fans who want to go to the game. It's a lot of travel. It kind of changes your preseason camp. There's a lot of things about it. Now, look, Notre Dame's had some great years, so they've played in Dublin to start the year. I mean, 2012 they started there, but Annually, no. If they did it once every 4 years, so that way, let's say Notre Dame said, listen, we're going to do it once every 4 years, and the NCAA allows it. We're going to do it once every 4 years, and that way we guarantee that every kid that graduates from Notre Dame, that comes here as a high school kid and graduates, will have a chance to play there. Oh, okay. Like, that's fine. I wouldn't love it. I wouldn't be thrilled about it, but like, oh, okay. Like that, I get that'd be cool, but that would be the most that I would want to see that game get played.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the frequency of what they have it now. Like, if you
It's
do it
about
all the
once every
time,
10 years, right?
yeah.
It was
And
2012, and then 2020 is when it was supposed to be.
yep.
The only reason they did it in 2023 is because the 2020 game got canceled. So what was that, 8 years?
Yeah. Yep. The thing is when you do it every year, it becomes less special because it's not a rivalry. Like, that's different. Like, going to Dublin, I guess what you want to call it, like the motherland for Notre Dame, is like, that's, it gets less special if you do it every year, So, yeah, I wouldn't be. Notre Dame games are hard enough to attend already. Now, I will say, I think in the Indianapolis airport, they like signed a deal with Aer Lingus where there's just direct flights to Ireland from Indianapolis now, which is crazy. I guess I'll have to get a passport first in order to go.
I thought
But
you got one this past year, didn't you?
no, I have to, since I'm adopted, I had to show them a bunch of different stuff of like my certificate of naturalization and all this
You're
other
like,
stuff.
forget
And
that.
then,
Yeah,
yeah, so it was very difficult.
I get that. We did have a couple, another super chat pop up.
From Charlie Weiss, last belt loop. Appreciate you, gents. I posted an OT on the board. Miami desperation move for Mensa. Can you please read what I wrote? Coming from Barstool, but seems very legitimate.
Sure. I mean, I've seen stuff pop up on Twitter about Mensa might jump in the portal. So, yeah. I mean, Miami is pretty desperate. I saw what you put, Charlie, and obviously that's what somebody's reporting. I don't know. I don't know what the truth is behind that, but yes, I do believe that there are people saying that is Miami is the reason for that. I am very curious how the ACC handles that. You've got one team in your league illegally trying to contact and poach another team in your league. What exactly do you do to that? What do you do about that?
I mean, smart money says you launch a month-long smear campaign about them on social media and see if they get upset about it. And then when they're mad, you have a meeting in New York and you shake hands and you go home.
That was levels of pettiness that would make Sean Davis and I very proud, Trevor, especially Sean. That was very well done. This will show what this will do if this happens. It'll show exactly how weak Jim Phillips is as a commissioner. No question about it. Your ACC champ gets their quarterback tampered with and rated by another ACC team.
Yeah.
Yep.
From Aiden Benamian, am I the only one, wrongfully so, automatically assumes an Oregon player cares about money or show, etc., rather than school or structure, etc.? Obviously not true for everyone, but a great PU for Notre Dame.
Well, you're obviously referring to Teon Gray, but if Teon Gray came to Notre Dame, he is either cares about the academic piece and cares about hard work and all those other things, or he's the biggest idiot in the planet who doesn't know that Notre Dame is a place he has to go and do the homework and do the work. That's not the answer. The answer is he knows very well what he's walking into and he embraces it. If he was just about the show and about the money, he would have gone somewhere else. He visited one school. That is the worst job of creating a bidding war that I've ever seen if he cares about money. Like, he wasn't even in the portal long enough to create a real bidding war. Right. You know what I mean? Like, so if he cared about money and show rather than school, then he's an idiot for going about the recruiting process the way that he did. So we can either assume that he's just an idiot and his agent's an idiot, or we can say the evidence leads me to believe that he knows exactly what Notre Dame's all about, and that's what he wants. That's what he's embracing. That, I think, the evidence leads to that more than the other. I would encourage you, Iden, there is never, ever universality at schools. There were kids at Miami in the late 80s during when they were the U and everything that we hated about them. They were absolutely 4.0 students that were starters on that football team. You think about Myron Rolle goes to Florida State during a time when Florida State was not considered a school that produced a lot of scholars, and he becomes a Rhodes Scholar, and because it ticks people off, a brain surgeon. Somebody's like, it's a neurosurgeon. I'm very well aware. Thank you very much. I think brain surgeon sounds cooler, so that's why I say that. I'm saying that jokingly, by the way. I'm all good. I'm just messing with some of you. But think about that, right? A kid from Jersey goes down to Florida State, starter, good football player, NFL potential, becomes a Rhodes Scholar and a neurosurgeon. There were players during Urban Meyer's Florida teams that were 4.0 students and starters. You know what I mean? So we've got to get out of our view that players are monolithic and how they think and how they act at any school. There were legitimate academic All-Americans at Alabama under Nick Saban who were starters and great players. A.J. McCarron was a good student. Greg McElroy, I believe, was like something like a 4.0 student, like a very academically gifted at Alabama. And you can see that when he's talking about any topic other than Alabama. You can see his intelligence when he's talking about anything other than Alabama or, some SEC topics. But he's an incredibly intelligent guy. He was the starting quarterback at University of Alabama on a national championship team. We've just got to get out of that because it's never been right. It's never been accurate. It's never been fair to individuals. Just like not every kid that goes to Notre Dame is a great student who cares about academics.
I was just about to say, there's money chasers and scholars at every single school. That's the reality. Like that, it's not specific to one conference. It's not specific to one school. I would be lying if I didn't think it was more prevalent in certain conferences than others. But with that being said, it's everywhere. Like it's not, students that go to Notre Dame, 100% of the student athletes that go through Notre Dame only care about the academics. I mean, it's just not the case.
Yeah, good questions. Let me get down here here we go. We got one from Broke Neck Boy down here I wanted to get to.
Lane Kiffin exposing NIL of Ole Miss players, either LSU, is very interesting. I can say the least.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of that. Did that really come from Lane?
I'm not sure.
I know there's a big controversy that I guess it was leaked to a bunch of the LSU or Ole Miss returners what the new guys and other players are making. And so a lot of the starters that weren't making as much got all mad, which I think says a lot about the culture of that football team. But, whatever. But if he did that, that's effed up. That's really messed up. That's just low class. But who are we talking about? It's par for the course. I do want to look more into that because you saw like 2 starters from Ole Miss jumped in the portal the day after that report surfaced. Their linebacker and a D end.
Josh Buffo, the motivational business banker, what phrase or overused comment do you think Notre Dame will put on a Coach Freeman statue when he wins his first natty? AIs, is that AIs or owls? What pose should he be in? In my opinion, it should be his yelling fist bump, go IB.
Yeah, I like that. I could dig that. I kind of sarcastically want him to have that one from the sugar or the Orange Bowl, you freaking guy. But yeah, probably the fist bump. you know, what's the expression that he likes to use, you know, with there's several. There's the challenge everything. There's with team glory comes individuals, glory, or team success comes individual success. But there's another one that he uses, and I'm trying to remember what it is, but it's basically about was it it's about gratitude and
Delayed
success.
gratification.
Delayed gratification, yeah. Because I mean, if he wins a title, is that not summarized Notre Dame fan base for the last 4 decades? Delayed gratification.
Yeah, it would have to be that. I mean, there's a bunch you could go with. You see him in the chat. Yeah, choose hard, challenge everything, TGS, leave no doubt. That's new, but I mean, shoot, if they win a natty the year that their slogan is leave no doubt, that'd be pretty sick. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. All right. Sloppy Joe. Whew. What do you think is the main reason why we've done so much bringing in top D-line over the past 2 years, even though Notre Dame doesn't have a great history over the past 25 years of great D-line NFL prospects?
Because of what we told you guys 2 years ago when Isaiah Foskey got drafted and Howard Cross was an All-American and Javonte Jean-Baptiste came here after not getting on the field at Ohio State and being a 10-plus tackle for loss guy. When Riley Mills became an All-American last year, when the results on the field start to change and the draft prospects start to change, then you will see Notre Dame start to recruit better at the position, especially if it is built around team success. Like what changed? You had a second-round draft pick who had back-to-back years of 10-plus X under Freeman, 1 year with him as coordinator, the next year with him as the head football coach. You had 2 back-to-back All-American defensive tackles. You have a defensive-minded head coach. You have a team that had great success, a team that's been very good on defense. And now, all of a sudden, guys who care about academics the way that a Rodney Dunham does not choose Notre Dame 7-8 years ago. Might not choose Notre Dame 5 years ago. He cares about academics. He cares about being developed as a young man. But he also cares about wanting to compete for championships and wanting to be developed at an elite level. And Notre Dame was not going to show that 5, 6, 7 years ago to the degree that it does now. They had success with Northern players or sleepers. Like Northern players, Khalid Kareem, Adetokunbo Ogundeji, Dalen Hayes. They're all from Michigan. Who was the one stud Southern guy? It was Jerry Tillery, who they recruited as an offensive lineman, who got recruited by Harry Heastan, and then a sleeper like Julian Aguara from North Carolina, who came because his brother came here. So that's not to take anything away from Mike Elson. He was fighting an uphill battle because of what was happening on the field. Sheldon Day was from Indianapolis. You know what I mean? Like, now you did a great job with Stephon Tuitt, but his mom played a big role in that. And, may she rest in peace. But his mom played a big role in that. She was very much about discipline and doing things the right way and understood the opportunities that were in front of her son by going to Notre Dame. And his life has turned out exactly how his mom would have wanted it to because of sending him to Notre Dame. He got a degree from Notre Dame. He's successful in life. He's a dad. He's a husband. He had a great NFL career. He's doing well in business. Like, this is why she sent him to Notre Dame or wanted him to go to Notre Dame. So that's the reality is it's all the things are starting to on the field are starting to produce better, which makes it a lot easier to sell the other things that have always been true about Notre Dame.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We see that the same, man. Getting into part 3 of the Irish Breakdown podcast brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. It's the Friday free-for-all mailbag, and we have Jordan Rangel getting us kicked off here. With the addition of Bruin Gray plus Armel Mukam returning, will Notre Dame look to add another defensive tackle or wait on the Onye decision? Even if Onye is denied, do you feel the defensive tackle room is set? Thanks for being the best in the biz.
Appreciate you very much for that, Jordan. If they found out today that Jason Onye couldn't play next year, I don't think Notre Dame should take another portal guy at defensive tackle. You've got the two you mentioned, with Francis Brew and Tion Gray. You kept Armel Mookum. You got Elijah Hughes coming back. You've got Cole Mullins coming back, who I know the staff likes. You've got Chris Burgess, I think, will move inside, who I know the staff loves. Sean Sevillano comes back. Davion Dixon comes back. Maybe Brendan Vernon, with the new coach, kind of gets his chance to go do something. And then you're bringing in Tiki Hole and Elijah Golden. I think now that you've got the two you have, you're good. You're good. Getting Jason Onye back would be phenomenal for this defensive line next season. But I don't think you need to go add another guy. I don't.
Agreed. Josh Buffo.
We just add that. Sorry. Here we go.
Notre Dame villain. Notre Dame can go all speed rushers. They can go all power rushers. Is this the most versatile D-line Notre Dame has had in a long time?
Oh, boy. Probably. I think the 2018 defensive line was pretty versatile as well. You had power players like Khalid. You had more athletic guys like Julian and Dalen. You had, I kind of think Adi Takumba Ogundeji was a little bit of both, but more so power. You had, Jerry Tillery inside was more of a pass rusher, where John Bonner and Kurt Heinisch were more pluggers, eating up, not making a lot of plays, but eating up blocks, playing hard, doing those type of things. I think that this is probably the most versatile since the 2018 team. Yeah. I think they're better D-tackle than that team, just God-given talent. They had one Jerry Tillery. The rest of the guys were hard workers, good grinder players. Love those kids. But like now there's more raw talent beyond just, your top guy. And this defensive end depth chart has every bit the talent and potential that the 2018 one did, which is, in my opinion, the best D-line Notre Dame had, of just guys that put their hand in the dirt. The best D-line they've had since, 05.
Yeah.
And that unit only had a great starting unit, but the depth wasn't great on that team. But that Victor Abimiri, Trevor Laws, Derek Landry, Chris Frome starting lineup was pretty nasty in 05.
Yeah.
Got hurt. Yeah.
Agreed. I mean, and then I'd also add this too. The versatility goes further back on the depth chart than it did in 2018. Like it goes back to the 2 and 3 deep. I mean, then you have the incoming freshmen too. I mean, this is a very deep, very versatile D line. We talked about it when we covered the signing of Tion Gray. There's no offense that they will face in 2026, regular and postseason included, that they won't be able to have an answer for along the defensive line from just a personnel conversation. Now, there's talk about people have to still develop and they have to be who they are, have the potential of being. But just on paper, there's no offensive line in college football that they won't be able to match up with on paper. And I would argue that goes back to the 3 deep. I mean, it's impressive, man. It's really impressive. Not enough people talked about this defensive line unit in 2025. I've been saying for weeks that they were one of the most underrated units in the country by the end of the season. And I'm hoping that their level of performance in 26, that won't be up for discussion. Michael Johnson, with the new additions from high school and the transfer portal, which position group would you say made the biggest improvement? Ooh, I mean, are we talking biggest improvement from like the start of the offseason to now with the high school recruits and transfer portal, or like the biggest improvements from 25 to 26? Because that will change my answer. It's like start of the, because like I'm factoring, I would say defensive line, right? Because you lose Gabe Rubio, Donovan Heinisch retired, Jared Dawson's gone. And then when you factor in everybody that they're at, Josh Burnham transferred, but like
Tuilamaka, Botelho, yeah.
So if we're going like from the end of the season, like from like November 29th, basically to now, I would say the defensive line. I mean,
yeah, I can see that, Trev. I would argue corner. You're bringing back everybody from last year except Devontae Smith, but you're adding the 2 transfers in DJ McKinney and Jaden Sanders, but you're also adding Joey O'Brien. I mean, you're also adding, Aiden Pouncey, Kari Adams, and Chad Smith.
Yeah.
improvement doesn't mean it wasn't already really good. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, okay, now you're even deeper and longer and faster and better.
Right.
I think you can make a case for wide receiver as well, Trev, because you lose Malachi Fields and Will Pauling, KK Smith, Scrap Richardson. You've added Quincy Porter, Mylan Graham, Caden Finley, Bubba Frazier, Devin Fitzgerald, Braden Robinson, and Dylan Faison. That's what, 4? You're losing 4 and you're adding 7. And people ask me, what's your comp for Quincy Porter? It's Malachi Fields. You know what I mean? Like, that is my comp. With all due respect to Will Pauling, he certainly has way more experience than Mylan Graham. He doesn't have as much talent as Mylan Graham. Love KK Smith. He's not as good as Caden Finley. Like, I don't know that he would have been better than Caden Finley next season, honestly. Scrap Richardson, I love Scrap's potential, but he was probably still a year away from really competing. So I think that's one where you could say that too. And that, again, sometimes improvement doesn't mean, and Michael didn't say that it means like a bad group that wasn't good that's good now. It's just improvement. Sometimes it can be really good and it goes to being elite. You know, so heck, I'd argue that the defensive line in 25 was better than the one in 2024 that had an All-American on it and Riley Mills. There was nobody on this year's defensive line as good as what Riley Mills was last year. Nobody. But the line as a whole was better. And that's why I would then make a case that you could make that argument for the defensive line in 26 could be that as well. Because, like you said, on the edge, you lost Josh Burnham. There's not a bigger Josh Burnham fan than me outside of the Burnham family for the kind of player I think he was and can be. You lose Junior Tilamaka. You lose Jordan Patelho. You lose Jared Clark or Jared Dawson. You lose Gabriel Rubio. You might lose Jason Onye. That's 6 really good football players. But you're adding Ebenezer Utade, Rodney Dunham, Tiki Hola, Elijah Golden, Tion Gray, and Francis Brew.
And Keon
Keeley. You might be better now on the defensive line from a talent standpoint even than you were last year. Like, we're going to have a show about that next week, Michael. Yeah. That's what gets you kind of fired up about what this team could be.
100%. From Holiday every day, who do you think the most behind Greathouse in the slot?
Well, if we're just talking, this is a good question, and there's 2 ways to look at it, in my opinion. One is to just what's on the depth chart. As of today, I'm working on making a depth chart for next week, just kind of a very preliminary start of winter practice. Here's what I think the depth chart is. And I have Logan Saldate behind Jaden Greathouse. And I think Logan's going to get a chance to earn some playing time. But I also could see a scenario where, let's say, Mylan Graham, Jordan Faison, and Jaden Greathouse in whatever comp order are your 3 best receivers to the field. There's scenarios in which Mylan Graham can come in the game, and then Jordan Faison can go into the slot. And then Jaden Greathouse can play Z and slot. And Mylan Graham can play Z and slot. And it's kind of a interchangeable part of the 3 where actually who's the next slot when Jaden Greathouse isn't on the field? It's Jordan Faison. I could see that as well next season, certainly. Because, I mean, let's be honest, that's still his best position. I mean, slot is still the best place to put Jordan Faison. And I honestly would strongly consider, maybe making him and Jaden Greathouse a little bit more interchangeable at Z and slot to where they're not pigeonholed into one.
Agreed.
I think they've both played enough football now that I think they can handle both spots. I do. Let's say your starting lineup is Faison in the slot and Greathouse at Z. But then there's times when you have Faison at Z or slot and Mylan Graham at Z. And there's times that you have Mylan Graham at Z and you put Jaden Greathouse in the slot. And maybe there's certain matchups where you want Jaden Greathouse in the slot more against certain teams and Jordan Faison to the field. I think you can do a lot of different things in that regard. Speaking of wide receivers from the transfer portal, I am fired up for Kenny Minchie right now. A tweet just came across tweet update just came across my desk. LSU or Kentucky just signed Nick Anderson from LSU, who's been
Dang.
banged up a little bit, but like that's a boomer bust pickup, but that could be a real nice pickup for Kenny at wide receiver. They've put a nice group around him. They have definitely recruited around him, like to put stuff around him at Kentucky. So I just saw that come across. That's really awesome.
How about that?
But yeah, I hope that answers the question. Holiday every day, but I would like to see them be a little bit more flexible with where guys line up.
Yep, absolutely. From Anthony Hans, do you believe Notre Dame will make a statement with Wisconsin? And do you think Notre Dame has Miami circled later?
Look, Notre Dame can say all they want that they won't have Miami circled, but and in their minds, I think that they will. But you've got to really guard against that if you're Notre Dame's coaches, because Miami's an irrelevant football game for you as of right now. Because you're going to have at least, let me just pull up the old schedule for next year, Trev. As of right now, you are going to have at least 6 opponents before you play Miami that you know for a fact. Then there's still you still have October 10th, October 17th, and October 24th are all dates that you need to get at least 2 opponents in there. So most likely you're going to have at least 8 opponents on the schedule before you play Miami. 7 at the fewest. It doesn't matter what you do against Miami until you handle your business against those teams. And when September and August has been your big issue, Trev, I don't give a rip about Miami in November. I'll care about it when we get to that game.
Absolutely.
There will be no bigger game. When we're breaking down the schedule as a whole, that's the biggest game. But for the football team, you got to go make your statement against Wisconsin. And listen, Marcus Freeman used to work for Luke Fickell. There were some people that thought Luke Fickell should have got hired by Notre Dame instead of Marcus Freeman. And from what I was told, the former head coach at Cincinnati was not the most gracious to Marcus Freeman on his way out the door when he got the Notre Dame DC job. So I don't know where that relationship is now, but even if there's a level of respect, you want to beat your former boss. I mean, I had a great relationship with my former head coach, my former college head coach, and we got along well. But I promise you, when I coached against him in the playoffs in 04, there was never a game that I coached in that I wanted to win more. So, I mean, even if there's respect, you want to beat your mentor. You know what I mean? Like more than even you want to beat your enemy. You know, you want the pupil wants to beat the master, right? I mean, that's kind of the big deal. So I think that game is going to be big time for Marcus Freeman. Like he is going to have that team absolutely ready to play that game. Now the danger is, okay, don't take them so heavily that then you kind of you're going against Rice and you kind of diddle around for 60 minutes. You know what I mean? But they're gonna that's going to be and you're playing in Lambeau. That's going to be a big game for Notre Dame.
Well, and this is the mindset that I want them to take into this season. I want them to have every game circled. I want them to make a statement every single game. This has been some of the problems with former Notre Dame teams in the past. You have Texas A&M circled, and then somehow you have a 5th or 6th year captain that doesn't even know that their second opponent in the regular season exists. It can't be that. It can't be that. How do you be more successful in the early window? You want to make a statement in every game. You have every single game circled. That has to be the adjustment. Has to.
I still can't believe you said that. It's bad enough to feel that way. It's a completely other thing to actually verbalize it.
Yeah, to admit it in a documentary is crazy work.
Okay. Here we go. Here's Irish Lions.
Newer to the community. Well, welcome. How about that? Welcome, Irish Lions. When did you make the decision to start Irish Breakdown, and how did you create your Thanos Infinity Gauntlet of a crew? Loved my first year listening. Thanks, boys.
So my last year and a half at Blue and Gold was not incredibly pleasant. And there was a big internal battle about the direction of the company. And the owner of BGI wanted to go in one direction. I thought that was a bad direction to go in as a subscription site. And there were certain things that I thought we should do that he didn't want to do. And as you all know me well enough to know that I'm not going to just sit on my hands and, and that I'm not referring to Lou Samoji. Lou did not own our Blue and Gold Illustrated. I loved working with Lou. And when I left, Lou lived in the neighborhood across the street from us, and he came over to the house and we talked for a while, and he cried, I cried, we hugged, and I absolutely adore Lou Samoji. He didn't own it. He just was the staff. He was the editor and the main writer and all that stuff. But so we got to a point where he brought in a young guy to kind of try to tell us what we needed to do. And I didn't take very well to that. And I was still very hot headed at the time. I think I've calmed down a lot over the years. And, but I don't regret having the opinion that I had, because I think they were wrong. And if you see the direction that company has gone, I think I was right. Or at least, I don't know, right, but I wasn't going to be part of that direction. I want to do real writing, real analysis. I don't want to do clickbait. I don't want to do all that other stuff. And so we kind of came to an agreement that when my contract got to a certain point, that he was going to let me out of the contract. Well, what he didn't know was that I had already kind of started to lay the groundwork for me leaving. So that's why my last game was against Georgia in 2019 as the last game I covered for BGI. That Monday, I announced that I was starting my site at the time. It was called Irish Maven. That's what they called all the sites. Well, Vince and I had already planned this whole thing out. Vince was going to take my job because I didn't want to leave BGI, and I didn't want to leave Lou in a tough spot where they don't have a football analyst anymore. So Vince went and worked for them that year, finished the season. And then I started our podcast. I started the podcast. And then, I was thinking about what to name it. I didn't want it to be connected with Irish Maven. I wanted it to be my own thing. And Angela actually is the one that came up with the name Irish Breakdown. So when I started my own site, Irish Breakdown wasn't a thing yet. It started very quickly. So we started doing free episodes on, didn't have monetized, any of that stuff, on Podbean. And we called it Irish Breakdown. So then Vince and I came up with this big plan on how we would build Irish Breakdown and how, get subscribers and charge them $1 and all this other kind of stuff for the podcast. Because I always wanted to go that route of, yes, we're going to do the written work. Yes, we're going to do the breakdowns, but I wanted to do breakdown videos. I wanted to do podcasts. I wanted to do all that kind of stuff because I saw where that was going. And there was a need in that space for like real analysis and things like that. And so Angela was like, well, what do you want the podcast to be? And I was like, I want to break down this. She goes, well, what about Irish Breakdown? And as soon as she said those words, I was like, yes, that is perfect. And she designed the logo. She designed all of this because I married someone a lot smarter than I am. That's good advice. Marry someone better looking than you. I did that. Trev did that. Vince did that. Sean Davis did that. We're all smart enough to do that. And marry someone smarter than you. I did that. Trev did that. Vince did that. Sean Davis did that. So we all married up. But, my wife has talents that were perfect. She built my message board. My wife made that, which I couldn't have built a message board at the time. I didn't have enough money to build that, but that's what my wife's business does. She owns a company that does graphic design. They build websites and stuff like that. So she built me the message board. And it caught me. I paid her for it, but I got a husband discount. I can promise you that. But I just felt so this was in 2019. And then of course, COVID hits and that next year I go on my own to start a site that covers sports. And then by March, there's no sports to cover. That was a rough year, but I prayed a lot about it going into it. My faith grew very much during that year and a half after the fact, because of everything that we were going through as a country, as a world, as an industry, some of the battles I was having with Notre Dame about certain things. And my faith grew a lot. And I really felt like, okay, yeah, it's going to take a while to get going, but I believed in what I was doing. And I believed in that that the Notre Dame community wanted something like this. Because that's ultimately what this comes down to, right? Is if I can have whatever vision in the world that I want, but if there's no appetite for it in the Notre Dame fan base, then it wasn't going to be successful, no matter how good I think I might be or however long we talk on shows. And so that I started it. Vince helped when he could. Vince was my sounding board. We'd go out to lunch, beef O'Brady's, and we'd just go back and forth. I'd give him ideas. What do you think? He'd counter back. That would get me thinking about other things. I still remember the conversation that he and I had when we're like, we need to launch a YouTube channel, and it was originally we wanted to create content to then put into stories. It wasn't even like kind of do this. And then we started doing a little bit more. And I remember our first 1,000 download show was, I think it was something related to the Clemson ACC championship game. And then our first live show was the Alabama postgame show. And it was impromptu. So they played the way they played. And I called Vince in the fourth quarter and I was like, dude, or second half, I said, dude, we're going live after the show. I'm so pissed. I was so mad about that game. And he goes, I don't know how that works. I said, figure it out. He figured it out and we went live. If you can find that video somewhere, I've got like a pool table in the background and like a fan in the background. Like there was like no professional aspect to it at all. Eventually we got like one little skinny, like Sports Illustrated thing behind this. And then I didn't really want to be associated with them. So I stopped using that. And then like a year later, they're like, you can't use Sports Illustrated. I was like, no worries. I got Sports Illustrated and nothing that I do anymore. But I always kind of wanted to do things differently. And so when Sports Illustrated said, hey, we're not going to do a message board, I said, cool. I had already had Angela start working on one. So then we launched the message board. And then every time I've gone somewhere, they're like, hey, can we make the podcast part of? And I was like, nope, this is independent. It's going to always be independent. And I've always said that like that stuff is never going to be under the umbrella of Rivals or On 3 or Scout or CBS or anybody else. And so when we partnered with Blue Wire, they don't tell us what to do. They just sell advertising. We're now with Believe, and this has been so much better than I thought it was going to be. The partnership with Believe has been tremendous. I mean, I get phone calls every other week. Hey, what can we do to help you? What can we do here? What can we do there? Sean Davis and Lucky Lefty is now signed with Believe. I love being with Believe, but they just sell the show. They don't tell us what to say, what to talk about. It's just, hey, how long is your shows? Here's where you put the ad reads and we sell advertising. And so that's been a great partnership. And it's just allowed us to grow and grow and grow to where we can hire people. How I put this staff together is really just about friendships. I mean, Trevor's the only person that I've hired that wasn't a friend of mine who I knew and trusted beforehand. So Vince and I had been friends since I started covering the team in 2010. We just hit it off really well. And so that was a natural one. And Vince also took a risk and he bet on me. So Vince did stuff for free at first because he believed in what we were doing. And I'll always owe Vince for that and be thankful to Vince for that. And then Sean Davis and I had been friends for a while. And then so like we started doing some things together. I had some other guys that I was friends with, like Sean Cameron, who's a writer, had written some articles for me. So there was a couple guys I hired for very short periods of time who I didn't know and I didn't like working with them. And so I let them go. But then I remember I was going to make my first full-time hire. I was going to hire a recruiting guy. And I was friends with Ryan Roberts. And so I talked to Ryan, hey, man, do you know anybody in the business that might do this? And so he gave me a couple names. I made a couple interviews. And Ryan called and said, hey, would you be okay if I interview for the job? And I was like, yeah, I mean, Ryan had already parked his RV. Him and his dad and some buddies came in town for the Cincinnati game in 2021, parked their RV in our driveway. Like we were friends. And before I hired him, and he's like, can I interview for the job? And I was like, oh, dude, of course. And it came down to Ryan and Kyle Kelly. And Kyle Kelly, who works at Blue and Gold, and Kyle did a phenomenal job in the interview. Like it was hard to say no to Kyle, but I had that relationship with Ryan. And this is why I always love Kyle Kelly. First of all, he's a great kid. But second of all, when he interviewed for the job, Kyle sent me a thank you card for taking the time to interview with him. And I was like, man, that's a really classy thing to do. Trev, you're lucky I still hired you because you didn't do that, man. I was a little mad about it. I was expecting a card, man. But in all seriousness, it was hard to say no to Kyle. I think the world of Kyle Kelly. But that relationship with Ryan, I put a lot of value in relationships because I need to know that you're going to kind of be in it with me. And then, Ryan's partnership with me was always going to be somewhat short term, we talked when he came over. The IB was sort of a conduit to him be able to leave the job he was in, because he was writing a lot, but it was kind of like something he did on the side. But working full time for me allowed him to leave the job he was in, start doing this full time. The goal was always for him to kind of go do his own thing with the NFL draft and different things like that. So that was always the goal. And then he got that opportunity with A to Z. And then Ryan actually told me about Trev, because Trev had reached out to Ryan and he's like, hey, I talked to this Trevor Trowbridge guy. You should give him a call. So I called Trev and we talked for like, about 45 minutes to an hour?
At least,
and
yeah.
The interview part was maybe 15 minutes. The rest of it was just talking ball. Because I wanted to see, like, can I flow with this kid? Can I talk with this kid? Does this guy know football? And Trev blew me away. I was going to interview a bunch of other people, and once I interviewed him, I think I interviewed 2 people, and I was like, this is a waste of their time and mine. And so I brought Trev on part-time at first, because I can't just go make a full-time hire of someone who's never done this before. And I think you were part-time for 3 months?
Maybe, yeah, 2.5, 3 months.
Before we were like, dude, can we make this more full term? And so that's kind of how we've grown. It's just, and Trev was a listener to the show. He was bought into what we were doing. I wasn't super interested in just hiring someone who's trying to get into the business. I wanted someone that I knew, or someone that, had a passion for this. They didn't have to necessarily be a Notre Dame fan. They'd have a passion for this. And Trev did, and Ryan did, Sean Davis does, Vince does. And then Sean Stiers and I knew each other for a long time also, because he was on the beat, and Sean and I always got along real well. I actually recruited Jesse when he was in high school. I recruited him out of high school. I was at Defiance, and I tried to recruit Jesse, but he wasn't, he ended up going somewhere else and wasn't super interested in going to a D3 school, which I completely understood. And he went somewhere closer to home. But so I'd already known Sean, and then when Sean was no longer going to work at the radio station, I called him up and I was like, hey man, like, I've been wanting to do a PM show every night, but I couldn't justify doing a second version of this, because this is who I am. This is what I do. And so we brought Sean in, and he's like, well, what are we going to do? And I was like, I want you to do what you did on the radio for us. And so that's why it's Irish IB Nation Sports Beat. It's not football. People, why aren't you talking about football? Why are you talking about? Because we want it to be more like a sports talk radio show where you talk about other types of things, not just him regurgitating his opinion on the same topics that I discuss. And so that worked out great. And so everybody's been with me for a long time, or been full time for any period of time, has been somebody that I knew, with the exception of Trev. And I think as the feedback I constantly get is like, you guys do great together. And so we've connected very well. And, and not, he's obviously an employee, but I mean, I don't think we really have an employer-employee relationship very often. I mean, there's times we have to have those kind of, hey man, here's what we're doing and this kind of thing. But it's 2 guys that love Notre Dame football that also love Irish Breakdown and what we represent and what we're trying to build. And that's so important to me, because I need people that are invested in really making this thing great. And I know that Sean Davis feels that way about IB. I know that Trev feels that way. I know that Vince feels that way. And the whole doing the thing with the radio station. So how that came to be is I talked to one of the guys at the radio station beginning last year. It might have been before the Northern Illinois game. And I knew they were kind of thinking about maybe making some changes to the radio station. I said, listen, man, I know Sean Stiers has a passion for that. His passion is radio, not doing podcasts every night and being the beat reporter for Irish Breakdown. He's a radio guy. So if a job ever comes open, because me and this guy are friends, don't think I'm going to be upset if you want to go after Sean, because I want my people to do things they love to do. And so I got the call, and he wanted to talk to Sean. And I said, I understand it. He first called Sean to see if he'd be interested. Sean said yes, and then he immediately hangs up and calls me. Hey, are you okay with this? I'm like, yeah, man, I'm definitely okay with that. So the whole partnership between us and the radio station was actually Sean's idea, because he didn't want to leave Irish Breakdown, but he also wanted to do the radio show. So it was actually his idea to do that, and it's worked out, I think, great. So that's kind of how Irish Breakdown came to be. I think part of the reason that we keep guys around is obviously I give guys opportunities to make money, earn money. I think I take care of my people. I have a very family first mindset, which I think makes it, because you have to in this job, because like I had a boss one time who I went home. Think about everything you do on this job, you can do as a writer from wherever. You just need your laptop. And I went home to see the birth of my first niece, Layla. And he says to me, he goes, he was mad at me. And he's like, well, look, I had to sacrifice seeing bursts of this. And I said, well, that's you, man. That's your business. That's not me. And with all due respect, going home to see my niece being born and being with my sister, my only sibling, when she has a child, is way more important to me than, you know what I mean, than being on your flipping show for an hour. You know what I mean? And so I was like, I'm never going to be that way. But I also know how hard it can be if you don't feel your boss understands that. And so I try to run my business and treat my employees the way that I wanted to be treated. It doesn't always work for some guys because not everybody's the same way, but I think that's why we've been able to create the loyalty that we have. So like Ryan Roberts can go somewhere else and he and I are still friends. We text all the time. Like there was no hard feelings when he left. I knew that was something that was eventually going to happen. And it was a great opportunity for him and his family. And, you know, I try to make it a place where guys understand you're going to have to work your butt off. But if you work your butt off, I'll make it worth your while. And I think I do that. I mean, Trev, I think would agree with that, even though he feels probably has to say that because the boss is on the show with him. But I mean, I think but I think that's why we have so much fun and we can get in front of the camera every day and have this much fun, because you can't fake 3 hours a day of our banter that we have. I don't think you can fake it.
No, I mean, it's been great, man. I mean, I echo a lot of the same sentiment that you did. The thing that I appreciate about everything the most is you and I both had to take a leap of faith in some regard. I'd never done this before. And we were both transparent, like, hey, like I've never done this before, and I'm not going to try to paint you this picture that I have. I've never published a single article in my life. Closest thing were papers that I turned in college. But what I do know is I know football and I love Notre Dame, and I've been a listener of you. It was funny during the interview, I had to, not that I was nervous to talk to Brian, but I had to remind myself to talk. So whenever I'm on the phone, I have my AirPods in, and I was just listening to Brian talk about football. And I was like, it's Tuesday. And I'm listening. And then he would like have to wait for me to respond for a second. Be like, you know what I mean? I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm on the phone. Yes, I know what you mean. Because I'm so used to listening to him on the podcast.
My dad has done that before too, because he listens to the show every day. I'm like, hey, Dad, what do you think? He goes, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Listen to your podcast.
Yeah. And you know, but it's been great. You know, an absolute amazing mentor throughout this entire process, because I came into this, I didn't know anything. I mean, I knew football, I knew about Notre Dame, but the ins and outs of the industry. So the patience has been very much appreciated. Yes, I can echo. We are very well taken care of. We're not, you know, I'm not panhandling for money after shows. We're hanging out. We're doing good, but everybody in this community has been great too and very accepting, which is something that I really appreciate, because I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous to get into this, because I've never done it before, never been camera facing. And it was the cool thing about Brian and I is a lot of times we will get off to such good conversations on the phone that we will have to say to each other, hey, let's save this for the show.
Yes, we'll have to stop a phone call and be like, look, man, we can't keep going down this road. We're going to then, because it gets awkward when you're talking about, so when you're trying to repeat the great conversation you had before, it can be a challenge.
Yeah.
It can be a challenge.
It's been great, man. It's been a lot of fun.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. We got some super chats that have popped up.
Right on. Super chat from John Emerson. Appreciate you, John. Why is everyone still going on about Freeman leaving? He literally said everything he wants and can achieve is at Notre Dame.
John, I understand that, but the reality is that Marcus Freeman didn't have as many conversations with NFL teams that he had, and didn't wait as long as he did to say he was coming back for nothing. Now, I don't think people should be going on and on about Marcus Freeman. We've said this. We're not going to keep talking about this, but you brought it up in a super chat, so we're going to talk about it. I think if you listen to the press conference Wednesday, you should be able to take out of that there's still a level of interest with Marcus Freeman in the NFL. There absolutely is. Will that be a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, or never? Maybe he never decides it's the right time. But there's at least interest there. And I think it's okay to admit that. But the reality is, but what if he achieves that thing? Or what if he feels that he can no longer achieve that thing at Notre Dame? Or what if the desire to go win here is greater than his desire to win at Notre Dame? There's a lot of things that can change. A year ago, I'd have told you there's no way Marcus Freeman might leave after 2 years. Now I'm like, look, I don't know when he's going to leave, but I'm just going to sit back and enjoy 2026. And then understand that we're going to have to deal with NFL teams going after him again next year and the next year after that if he's here still and whatever. I'm just not going to worry about it. I'm going to I'm just going to enjoy the 26th season and focus on the 26th season, and we can figure the other stuff out after that. That's kind of where I'm at. So, yeah, I mean, if I understand where you're coming from, John, and he did say that, but I also think there's a lot of things he said in that press conference that makes you realize he has not shut the door to the NFL. I don't think that it's a given he'll feel the same way about the NFL next year that he does now. And that would be good for Notre Dame if his opinion changes from what it is now.
Yeah. Yep, 100%. A super chat from Remington Jeans. Appreciate the super chat. How big is it getting Snead back?
Remington, good to see you on the show, man. I appreciate you very much. I think it's very important, especially prior to KVA coming back from an injury. Look, does Jalen Snead still got to be more consistent execution-wise and all? Yes, he does. But what he also showed last year is that he's more of an all-around football player than he was in previous years. He got a lot better late in the season. He had the penalty against BC and wasn't great against Navy, but overall, I thought Jalen Snead was pretty impactful for Notre Dame last year. You know, if you look at the year before, he had 51 tackles in 16 games. He had 6 tackles for loss, 2.5 sacks. Last year in 12 games, he had 5 tackles for loss and 3 sacks. And the year before in 16 games in 2024, Jalen Snead had 51 tackles, but he had 22 solo tackles. This past year in only 12 games, he had 23 solo tackles. So he's a much more impactful player on a per snap basis. They didn't use him as much as a pass rusher this year at times because they had Kingston and they had Boubacar and Botelho. But I think with Botelho gone, with Junior Tuilamaka gone, with Kingston injured, I do think we're going to see more scenarios where he plays in a pass rushing role similar to what we saw from him in 2024. So I just think that the depth at the position was important to get back. You're now, you have a veteran player to step into the starting lineup, either A, to beat someone out, or B, if it's the same starters as last year, which is Osbury and Bowen. Then you've got a veteran guy that's basically a starter, starting caliber player. He'll play snaps like that. That is impactful. There aren't a lot of people that can bring a guy off the bench that can rack up 6 tackles for loss and 3 sacks as a role player. And Jalen, that's exactly what Jalen did last year. So I think it's huge. It's huge for a situational football. It's huge for your depth. It's huge for your overall team athleticism. I mean, I'm just remember watching him and Josh Burnham early chase a Georgia running back to the sideline. And he really thought he was going to get the corner. And Jalen and Josh were like, nah, bro, we ain't Mississippi State, cuz you're going to get a negative on this play. And Gunnar Stockton thought that about Jack Kaiser. Remember that? He thought he was going to get outside of Jack Kaiser and throw that ball away. And Jack closed on him so fast. The speed and athleticism at linebacker is exceptional. And Jalen Snead is a big part of that. Big part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially while KVA is recovering. I mean, you're a better linebacker room with Jalen Snead than without.
Yep.
100%. Very excited that he's coming back.
Big time. Appreciate the super chat, my man.
Super chat from Jacob Laudenslager. Could the defensive line, appreciate the super chat, Jacob. Could the defensive line end up being better nationally than the offensive line nationally, primarily because of the new coach?
I mean, I think it was better than the offensive line the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know what the new coach is going to really impact that. If the new coach has the defensive line playing better than the offensive line, then all he's doing is exactly what Al Washington did the last 2 years, which is having a defensive line that's better than the offensive line.
Right.
Mike Elson had the defensive line in 21 better than the offensive line. So yeah, that's kind of been how it is. I will say this, Jacob. I have more confidence as of today. I have more confidence that Charlie Partridge is going to be able to get the most out of his defensive line than I am that Joe Rudolph is going to get the most out of his offensive line. If I'm wrong on that, and not being wrong because Partridge isn't as good as I think, but because Rudolph is better than I think, then again, as I said earlier, that's what's going to make this team achieve its full potential, is that fact right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And then when you look at the defensive end position specifically, there's a strong argument that they were going to be better regardless of who the coach was, because Boubacar and Bryce are just going to be another year older, another year experienced, another year stronger. So I think a lot of their improvement won't necessarily be strictly because of the new defensive line coach, but yeah, it'll definitely play a factor. From C-Rod 38, I believe I read on the board that Notre Dame was running a 4-2-5 defense this year. Was this implemented by Ash, or were they running that with Golden as well?
They've been running that since 2017 with Mike Elko, some version of a 4-2-5. They've been running that. I mean, they ran that. That's Drew Tranquil was one of the five. They ran that under Elko. They ran that under Clark Lee. They ran that under Gold. Actually, the coach who ran the least amount of 4-2-5 was Marcus Freeman, because he did some 3-3-5 stack in 2021, which I didn't love. But yeah, they've been a 4-2-5 team for a while. Now, what's changed, C-Rod, is the type of like that fifth guy, right? Like that hybrid guy. Under Clark Lee and Mike Elko, that was more so a linebacker type of player. You think of Drew Tranquil played it. They tried to have Osmar Bilal played in 2018. That was not a good idea. Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah played that spot in 2019 and 2020. And then in 2022, you started to see it transition more to a defensive back. You had Tariq Bracy was the primary nickel in 2022. Then you had Thomas Harper in 23, Jordan Clark in 24, Devontae Smith in 25. Earlier on in Freeman's tenure as head coach, they would still have a rover that could also play out there. And it was like Jaden Osbury, Jalen Sneed played that. Now it's almost exclusively a nickel. Yeah. And they'll sometimes go 4-3 personnel, and that guy can play outside the box. They did this a little bit in 2024. But like they played actually a decent amount of 4-3 last year. When teams would go 12 personnel, Notre Dame would put a third linebacker on the field and go 4-3. Now those guys can go outside the box, but it's not a 4-2-5. But that's a personnel matchup thing. So they've been a 4-2-5 for a long time. The type of 4-2-5 has evolved. And Chris Ash isn't running any different type of 4-2-5 from a personnel standpoint that's any different than what Al Golden was running. How they implement the 4-2-5 is different. The calls are different. The structure is different. The coverages are different. But just personnel-wise, it's a true 4-2-5 with 5 DBs on the field.
Yep.
So that's been the case for a while.
Super chat from Capo Dubose. Appreciate the super chat. Will the Joe Moore Award come back to Notre Dame?
It better.
Indiana #championship. Sorry.
Yeah, it better. I mean, there's no excuse for the talent that Notre Dame has. There's absolutely zero excuse for Notre Dame not to be a win the Joe Moore Award over the next few years.
Yeah, and next year is going to be the year to do it. You have a preseason Heisman favorite in CJ Carr, according to FanDuel and a bunch of other different outlets. It better come back. For everything that this team has in front of them and the opportunities in front of them, yes.
Mm-hmm. This is an interesting question.
From Brandon Gilbert, how is it decided who gets to ask questions in those press conferences?
So basically, you raise your hand and you let the people that have the mics and the young lady that does it now, his name is Sarah. The girl that did it before, his name was Claire. She's now been promoted, and Sarah's now doing more of this. When you're watching it at home, Sarah's the voice at the beginning that introduces Marcus Freeman. So she'll say, whatever it's called, Marcus Freeman, head coach Marcus Freeman. So Sarah's always introduced him. And then what she'll do is she'll kind of scan us, and then, she'll kind of take note of like who wants to ask a question. Then she'll have her runners that have the microphones will kind of go around and hand people microphones. And so I kept trying to get noticed, but everybody's kind of making a note. And so originally she was like, "There's not going to be time," and then she was like, she ended up having the guy bring me a mic. So I give Notre Dame, people a hard time when they do things I don't agree with. I really appreciated her kind of getting that extra question in and allowing me to ask that question and of Coach Freeman that I asked him the other day. But it's really just about trying to get your hand up first and then who they see first. And sometimes they don't see you. The Pete Bavacqua press conference, I kept raising my hand and they just kept not seeing me apparently. So I didn't get to ask a question, but it's hard when there's like, you got one set of eyes and there's 7, 8 different people on 2 different sides of the room that, get their hand up. So it's really just about, and a lot of times they'll just kind of go front to back as, sometimes they'll go back to front. It changes different times, but as they just try to see who wants to ask a question and go in order of, people that make eye contact or raise their hand and let Sarah know that they want to go. So that's how it's decided. Under Brian Kelly, it was Eric Hansen always asked the first question. And it's not necessarily that way now.
From Bobby S., if Kedron Young misses all of spring, do you think he has a realistic chance to win the job? Will be hard to do with no spring and all the talent in the room.
Yeah, it'll be very hard to do it with no spring. Yeah, I mean, does he have the talent to do it? Yeah, he does. But those other guys in that room are also very talented. And when you've got a very deep and talented room, Trev, the last thing you want to do is let them get reps and you don't get any. I mean, you can't help it if you're injured, but like that's rarely a good idea. I mean, if Blake Fisher doesn't get injured as a freshman, who knows what the next 2-3 years of offensive line play looks like? Would they have moved Blake off of left tackle after a freshman All-American season? Because Blake looked real good when he first got to Notre Dame at left tackle. I don't know. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and the state of the running back too, the state of the running back room here, Bobby, is is there going to be a starter? Yeah, but they're going to rotate so much that if Kedron misses the spring, I don't think it'll be a situation where he never plays. I also don't think that either. I mean, I love the talent that they have coming in, but everybody in the running back room is south of 215 except for Kedron Young, who's over 240. Like it's just he has a different skill set. So even if he doesn't win the number 1 job, he's still going to play. But to your point, if he misses spring, it will be difficult to do. From Catfish Kelly's Dirty Plunger, Brian, I know you have said you, quote, hope they move Knapp to guard or center, but do you feel it is a realistic thing, having talked about so that best 5 get on the field?
I can say with some level of confidence, there's been at least some level of discussion about potentially moving Anthony Knapp. I don't know about after the season, but it was certainly discussed last summer. If it was discussed last summer before we saw any of Will Black or Matty Augustine or Gerby Lambert playing the position, I would imagine it's going to get talked about this year. Will they ultimately do it? I have no idea. But I'd be shocked if they don't at least talk about it. Coaches do that stuff all the time, and that's okay. I mean, that's a good thing. I would be shocked if there's not at least some conversation of, should we flip Grace House and Faison? Shocked if there's not at least some level of conversation about that. Doesn't mean they're going to do it, but I'd be shocked if they don't at least talk about it. How can we match these guys up? I'd be shocked if they don't have those conversations. Very, very shocked.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah. That's my thoughts on that.
From Ryan Schulte, what is your way too early and in no particular order top 5 teams for 2026?
I appreciate you saying way too early and no particular order and taking that pressure off of me, Ryan, because Ryan has been here before. He knew exactly where I was going to go with this one. He's like, I don't want to hear you making excuses about it being too early, Driscoll. Okay, I don't want to hear it. And I don't want to hear you whine about like I haven't thought enough about it to put him in 1 through 5. So Ryan he is an IB veteran. So he undermined all my chances of getting out of this question. Yes, I know it's early. You don't have to, rank them in order. Who's your 5? Well played, Ryan. Notre Dame, Texas. I've got to see more of Oregon, but with Dante coming back, my gut is that Oregon's going to be pretty good. I believe Evan Stewart also plans to come back next year because he missed all year with an injury. I don't believe he declared, did he?
Mm-mm.
And then so you get Evan Stewart back healthy with DeCorian Moore and Dante. Like, yeah, they lose Kenyon Sadiq, but they've got tight ends, man. Like they're sneaky good at producing good tight end play the last few years under Will Stein. The new OC is a question mark. You know, the O-line's a question mark. They lost a lot from their D-line, but they also had a lot on the D-line. Like they're kind of like Notre Dame where they could lose 4 or 5 DBs and you're like, yeah, they're still loaded. You know, like they lost some guys, but they're bringing back Uiagalelei. They're bringing back the kid that started opposite him. Like there's plenty of talent coming back. I would probably say Oregon, but that's the one that I put the asterisk by because I just haven't studied who they lost as much as I have. I know they lose some offensive linemen. Those are 3 that would definitely be in there. Oh man. I mean, just loosely, I mean, some teams that just off the top of my head, I think about Georgia. I think about, you know, they've got a decent amount coming back next year. They've recruited pretty well in recent years. Trev, you can pop in with some of these guys, but I'm just trying to think through. I mean, it's hard not depending on what Miami is able to do at quarterback, but like, are they in that conversation? I think they've earned a little bit of that. That they're the only ACC team that I would consider. You know, I don't know that I wouldn't have Texas Tech in the top 5, but I think they're at least in the conversation for it with getting Brennan Sorsby.
Yeah, I would also say maybe Ohio State. They've lost a lot.
Yeah.
But
yes,
if Ohio State's in my top 5, I know we're not putting them in order, but if Ohio State's in my top 5, they are 5th.
Yeah. They lose a lot along the lines. Now, getting Kenyatta Jackson to announce he's coming back was huge for them.
Yeah.
Because they're at least going to be really good at end with him and Caden Curry both. Because I think Caden Curry's coming back as well, right? He didn't declare, I don't think. But
no, I think he declared.
He did? Really? Wow.
Let me look.
That's a surprise. That's a very big surprise. But like they lose Caleb Downs, they lose Igbignosin, they lost Sonny Styles, they lost Arvell Reese, they lost the big kid in the middle. What's it? McDonald. He's gone. I mean, they lose several offensive linemen. Obviously, they're going to lose Cardinal Tate. So yeah, they had a lot of guys. They're losing a lot of guys.
Caden Curry was just out of eligibility.
Really?
Yeah. So Caden Curry's gone.
Dude, what is going on, Trev? Like, I remember that kid. I thought he was like in high school like 3 years ago. It goes by so fast, dude. It is wild.
Yeah, it really does. I mean,
like I still remember. Like I seriously felt like wasn't he like close to like Drake Bowen's class? That's crazy. Yeah, he's played 4 years. Actually, how many games did he play in 2022? What class was he in?
I'm not sure.
Let me see here. Was he in the 21 class? You know, he played 8 games in 2022, so he didn't play a lot of snaps, but he played in 8 games. So that probably go back and regret that decision.
Yeah.
Play 81 snaps in 8 games. That probably wasn't smart. But that hurt. If they would have lost Jackson, they really would have been screwed then. Goodness gracious. They've done well in the portal, but is it enough to replace the guys they lost?
Yeah, I'm looking right now. Like they're losing. I mean, early draft enrollees are losing Caleb Downs, Caden McDonald, Arvell Reese, Carnell Tate, Max Clare. Then they're also, just because of eligibility, they're losing Sonny Styles, Caden Curry, Davison Igbinosin, Lorenzo Styles, Tywone Malone, CJ Donaldson, Ethan Oninwa.
Yeah, the tackle from Rice.
And then they do have a lot returning, though. Like
the one guard transferred out.
Yeah,
but I think he was probably going to get beat out, though, is why I think he probably left. If I'm reading that one correctly.
Yeah, as of right now, they have the draft eligible returning starters. Brandon Innes is coming back. Austin Saraveld, Luke Montgomery, Carson Hinsman. The right tackle Philip Daniels is coming back. Jermaine Matthews coming back is big for their defense.
Yes. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yep, that was yeah. They're in the conversation, Trev. You know, Big Ten, I don't know that anybody else screams got to be a top 5 team. SEC, Texas A&M.
Oh, yeah.
Texas A&M. They're in my 5. They're the team that I have the most confidence in, along with Texas. I think those are the top 2 returning teams in the SEC next year. With all due respect to Ole Miss and Georgia, I'm actually would have Texas and Texas A&M ahead of Georgia. Now that may sound crazy, but I just think Texas, the way they played down the stretch, Arch going into year 2, the way they've recruited, the way they're doing to the portal. Sark's got to show me he can win against the physical teams on the schedule, but that team is loaded.
Yeah.
And finished very well. If you said, hey, I can't have Texas over Georgia until they prove they can beat Georgia, that's fair. That's fair. I can live with that, but I'm going to go A&M and Texas. So I think as of right now, as of today, very early, need to study a lot of who's landing who and all that. I'd probably go Notre Dame in no order: Notre Dame, Oregon, Texas, Texas A&M, and who was the other one that we said? Ohio State.
Probably Ohio State.
Ohio State or Miami. One of those 2. Ohio State or Miami.
Yeah. And
Those
Miami's going to lose a lot in the trenches too.
Yep. Because they're going to lose Mount Noah. He's gone. He's going to declare, I would imagine. Or did he already declare? He can wait to declare, right? Because he's just a junior, correct? But he's still playing. He doesn't have to declare. He gets a waiver because the season's And then we don't know what Markel Bell's going to do. I think Brockermeyer's done.
Yeah, he transferred. He was like a 5th year this year.
Yeah. And then I would imagine that Bain and Misador both go pro as well.
Yeah. And then Anez Cooper, I don't know what's going to happen with him either.
Good news is there's one guy that can't leave, at least not to the NFL, which is going to be big for them. And that's Malachi Toney. That's he's legit. Yeah, and they've recruited high school level very well the last couple of years as well. So they got a lot of young kids kind of grooming and learning. And, they lose the ends. Marquise Lightfoot had a really nice year. You got Justin Scott's ready to become a dude maybe. And so they'll still be pretty good. If they flip Mensah, I would feel even better about that. I'm not a huge Darian Mensah fan, but I like him better than the 2 guys they have. And I think he's a good player and he's played in that league. But Miami or Ohio State would probably be in that conversation for the next group. That's one of the things I'm looking forward to when the portal's finally closed and most guys have picked their schools, is to start putting projected starting lineups together and start having some of that.
Yeah.
Those conversations. That'll be like, for example, I don't know about LSU's offensive line, man, but the Maryland kid, Aluba, just committed to LSU. Right? Like, what if Jordan Seaton commits to LSU? That helps him. I think Jordan Seaton's overrated. At least he has been so far. He's still probably better than what they had at left tackle last year.
Yeah.
So that helps him.
Yep.
But I want to see how everything finishes. But just off the top of my head, that's probably where I would be.
For sure.
Yeah. All right. We got here's one from Johnny from the Boot.
Getting into part 4 of the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. It's Friday free-for-all mailbag. Johnny from the Boot getting us kicked off at part 4. Who was the most underappreciated player on defense and offense over the Brian Kelly era and Marcus Freeman era? Overall, who was someone drugged down by fans that never should have been?
Defensively, Troy Pride. I still don't think that Notre Dame fans appreciate how good Troy Pride was. Christian Gray's getting a little bit of that treatment now too. When you play a guy in as much man coverage as they allowed Troy Pride to play as a field corner and then in 19 as a boundary corner, you're going to get beat from time to time. And I used to argue with Notre Dame fans all the time about how good Troy Pride was. And, just people just kind of had it in their minds that he wasn't a good player. I think he was very underrated at Notre Dame. Danny Spond was a very underrated player on that 2012 team. Very underrated player on that 2012 team. I'm trying to think. So those are 2 defensive guys. Who was underrated on offense? 10, 11, 12.
Josh Lugg.
Josh was really solid in 2021, yeah. Avery Davis is somebody that pops in my head a little bit as being underrated. 15. Amir Carlisle was a really solid player as well. He was really a nice complimentary after the catch kind of guy in 2015. Steve Elmer is a guy that I think got dogged by fans because of his high ranking, and they forgot, like, that dude left after his true junior year. He's a 3-year starter at Notre Dame. He was a good football player. He didn't look as good as he was because he had Quentin Nelson on the other side of the offensive line from him. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
I thought he was a bit underrated. Freeman era, so 22 to now, I still don't. I mean, I don't say he's the most underrated because he just didn't play enough. But I still think Tyler Buckner gets a very bad rap from Notre Dame fans. Very bad rap. How he's treated by Notre Dame fans to me is very disappointing. Not all, but some. It's very disappointing. And just, yeah, that's very disappointing. But I wouldn't say he's the most underrated because he played had 3 starts and he didn't play very well in 2 of them. But underrated in the Freeman era. Boy, that's a good question. Defensively, man.
I mean, my answer for this on Freeman defenses is always the same. I always go with Junior Tuihalamaka.
Yeah.
Especially for what he did last year. Everybody talks about, the end play and Boubacar gets hurt and all that was rightfully so. Everybody's waiting for the Bryce Young breakout. And it's like, dude, Junior Tuihalamaka ended the team second on the year in pressures and didn't play the first 2 games a single snap on defense. Yeah. Like, nobody ever talks about him. He was somebody that answered the bell whenever he was asked. He is a very underappreciated player in the Freeman era, in my opinion.
Tyler Ottinger and Sloppy Joe, this is one I used to always argue about, especially in his 1 year under Freeman. I don't think Notre Dame fans appreciate how good Braden Lindsey was in 2022. Look at his numbers. I'm like, you have no idea how many times he was open that year. I mean, even just look at the Marshall game. Late in the second quarter, he smoked a dude for what should have been like an 80-yard touchdown, and Tyler just missed him. Like, he was so open all the time in 2022. I still wish Braden would have come back. Could you imagine Braden Lindsey coming back in 23 for a 5th year playing with Sam Hartman? That'd have been a lot of fun. I just think Braden was ready to be done playing football. And I can't blame him. But he was so good in 2022. Very underrated player in 2022.
Yep, he was. I met him down here in Indianapolis. Yeah, he's a good dude.
He's a really good kid. I like him as a young man. I think Tony Jones Jr. is another very underrated player from the Brian Kelly era. Very underrated player. He averaged 0.7 better yards per carry in his 1 year as a starter than what Kyron Williams averaged in his best year of 2020.
Yep. Similar to the Braden Lindsey conversation in 2022 because of quarterback play, I think Durham Smythe was an underrated tight end in 2017.
Yes.
Like, not enough people talk about him in the
but it's good,
Yep. And then another player on defense in the BK era that I think just started to get overshadowed a little bit was Jalen Elliott. A lot of people talked about Alohi Gilman, understandably so. And then in 2019, a lot of people obviously wanted to see Kyle Hamilton, a 6'5" safety. I get that too. Jalen Elliott was a dude.
He was. That's a great one. That's a great one. Of the Notre Dame era, I still think J.D. Bertrand was vastly underrated by Notre Dame fans. He was a much better player because he doesn't look the part. He's not 6'3", 245, running a 4.45 and 5-star player. He was a guy that people viewed as a guy that was going to walk on. I'm like, guys, he was committed to Georgia. He walked on only because he was going to walk on. He ended up getting a scholarship, but he agreed to walk on simply because Notre Dame didn't have enough scholarships, and his family was in a situation where they could afford to pay for it for a year. That's the only reason they even had that conversation. But people took that as like, well, it's like Luke Talich. People, well, he's a converted. Luke Talich never came to Notre Dame to be like a walk-on for 5 years, just like J.D. Bertrand didn't. Right. J.D. was a legit NFL player. And here's another reason I respect J.D. Bertrand. From the minute Drake Bowen showed up on campus, J.D. Bertrand took him under his wing and basically was like, it's my job to make sure that when your time comes, you're ready to go be that guy. The leadership he showed in that regard, talking about earlier about guys being bummed when they take people in their position. J.D. Bertrand didn't look at it that way. He looked at it as this, it's my job to make this kid as good of a player as he can be for what if I get hurt? But more importantly, I want this tradition to continue when I leave. Big J.D. Bertrand fan. Somebody in the chat just had a good one that I think is another good one that I was going to go to next, and that is my ultimate most underrated player. This is with I don't think that he was underrated by Notre Dame fans in his last year. Maybe he was. But I only know really Notre Dame fans here and then on Twitter. And I kind of, if they're not people from here, I usually, don't really interact with them a whole lot because some of them aren't very friendly. But I think he's not underrated by Notre Dame fans, but he was vastly underrated nationally is Cam Hart. Like, he was dominant in 2023 and never got any national attention. He was so good in 2023. So nationally, he might be the most underrated Notre Dame player in the last decade for how good he was in 20. He should have been All-American in 2023. Flat out.
I mean, shoot, man. If we're talking nationally, there's a guy that you love talking about, Khalid Kareem, very underrated nationally. Nobody talked about him. Nobody.
He was so good at Notre Dame, so clutch.
Yeah, man. I mean, there's a long list of players that I think went underappreciated at Notre Dame or were overshadowed by kind of fan perception of waiting for the next best thing and didn't really appreciate how good some other players were. But yeah, there's a lot. I mean, overhated, I would also argue Tommy Rees. I think Tommy Rees is an overhated person.
Overhated person?
Yes, overhated.
Completely.
I'm probably going to make some enemies for this. I'm talking about as a coach and as a player.
Yes.
Like, Tommy Rees made some mistakes as a player, but people make him out to sound like he was throwing that thing with his feet.
Tommy had MAC level talent that threw for a lot of yards and touchdowns at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
That says something about him. Yeah, I agree. I do think he is overhated. And I also think he was viewed as BK's boy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think so then there's some insults that he takes because of people don't like Brian Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think people didn't like him as a quarterback. He was, what did they call him? Turnover Tommy or whatever. I don't, yeah, I get that. But he made some money throws for them in 2012. He was coming off the bench. He was outstanding and as a backup quarterback and a mentor to Everett. And yeah. So they just announced, Matt Zenish just announced that Darian Mintz is going to the portal. So I am very curious to see what Jim Phillips probably won't do anything because it's better for the league if Mintz is at Miami than it is for Duke. I mean, again, because he's a giant loser and won't do anything because he's a terrible commissioner. He's the ACC's Larry Scott. That's what Jim Phillips is. Yep. He is to the ACC what Larry Scott was to the Pac-12, in my opinion. Yep. So, yeah, there's a lot of those kind of guys. Here we go.
From Acupuncture, does Tony Petitti actually have the power to block the expansion to 16 teams in favor of his 2014 playoff?
No, he can't block it to where he forces the 24. What he can do is block 16 and it stays at 12. So what he's preventing is changing from 12. He can't force 24. He can only hold it at 12. So by him pushing to get it to 24, not supporting 16, then they can't expand to 14 or 16. So until there's agreement basically between the SEC and the Big Ten, the other commissioners have a say, but ultimately if the SEC and Big Ten want to do something, there's not a whole lot that the other commissioners can do. But he can prevent it from going to beyond 12 is what he can do. Because if they don't, there's like a deadline. If they don't agree to a change by this deadline, then it extends the 12 for another year. And then they're kind of back at this again next year. So that's what he's trying to do.
Fair enough.
And people in the chat are correct. It is all about him trying to get auto bids.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Domer Grizz, happy Friday. What do you look forward to or enjoy the most about the off season?
probably just seeing the development of the team, what they start off in January. And when you think of what are the questions, who's going to start here, who's going to start there, is this guy going to step up? Just kind of the maturation of the team, understanding what the different seasons are for, like seasons, parts of the offseason are for. Watching as leaders develop and playmakers emerge and questions are asked and adversity must be overcome. It really just is about, when they reported to class on Monday, they reported as a brand new team. The 2025 team will never play again together. And just like in 27, that team will be brand new because you'll lose guys. I mean, every year it's a different team. There's carryover and all that, but it's a different team. It won't be the same 85 scholarship guys, and it won't be the same 10 assistant coaches and same analysts and all that other kind of stuff. It's a brand new team. And watching how that team evolves from day one of, getting back to class, that's what was so great about yesterday. The first tweet, from the workouts was like, okay, here we go. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm looking like, okay, Greathouse is in there. That's great news. Like this guy's in there. That's great news, just watching the team evolve is really one of the more enjoyable parts and things I look forward to for when you look at the offseason. What say you, Trev?
Yeah, man. I mean, from a football standpoint, it's kind of like watching teaser trailers for movies that are getting ready to come out. You get glimpses, you have a lot of conversation around it. I mean, before we know it, spring ball is going to be here, and I'll be hauling tail up to South Bend to watch some spring practices this year, and it's going to be around before you know it. So from a football standpoint, I echo a lot of what Brian said about watching the team develop. We get to see what we're right about, what some areas that we might have missed. Personally, in the offseason, I enjoy not having my heart rate go through the roof every single Saturday. I mean, I've said this before, but in the offseason, and look, I'm somebody that loves football. I really do. But one of the benefits of the offseason is, once I get to like July, it's nice that I can enjoy a Saturday and not have to worry about potentially being really, really upset by Saturday night. I'm sure my wife appreciates that too. But yeah, man, I love watching the development of the team for sure.
Let's see here. Want to try it. Here we go.
From the Shark 83, how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop?
I have no clue. I've never licked a Tootsie Pop. Like that commercial was funny, because it was always on when I was a kid. It was always on at the drive-in, and it was funny. I went to the drive-in a couple years ago, the Vandell back in Ohio with my family. They're still playing that commercial. 1, 2, and then the owl eats the thing. I'm like, I've never licked it. And I've never had a lollipop or something. I'm just like sitting there just licking it. You know what I mean? Like I put it here and, you kind of let it over time work on it. You swirl it around a little bit. You do different things with it. But like, I've never just licked the lollipop. So I have no clue. Nor do I have the patience to find out. So yeah.
If you had to guess, if FanDuel had to put an over-under on licks to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop, what do you think that they would put it as?
Yeah, I have no idea.
I would go like of individual licks, I would go over under like 150.
So I looked it up, and the AI answers, there's no single answer, but studies suggest anywhere from 144 to 2,500 licks. I'm like, this is why you don't use AI, the current AI. Like, what kind of licks are you taking to get to 2,500? I mean, is that what you count as a lick? Like, what are we doing here? It's just ridiculous. So the answer is, I will honestly never find out firsthand experience-wise how many it takes. That was hilarious.
From Dirtbag Jake, have you been more confident in a national championship season than you are going into 26?
No, not since Lou Holtz was the coach. No, even more so last year, because last year there were still questions about who's the quarterback going to be, and who's this guy going to be and how's Chris Ash going to be? You got a new D coordinator. I mean, I thought, boy, this team's got a shot to win it all, but there were still some big question marks. I have very few questions about this team other than just, can they put it all together? But there's like not a position group where I'm like, I don't know if they got the talent to, or the experience to win there. You know, that those were quite, how's CJ going to handle the spotlight at Notre Dame? Well, we know the answer to that now. It's pretty well.
Knowing what I know now, I wouldn't have said this back then. But as a fan, I was very confident in 2015 Notre Dame would have a national championship season. Now, I didn't understand defensive structure as much as I do now. BVG was not the guy, but I just more so looked at it from a roster standpoint. And then the way that they kicked off the season and how they beat Texas, I was like, all right, this is it. They're winning a natty. Here we go. And then obviously we know what unfolded the rest of the season. But that was the last time as a fan I felt this confident. But honestly, this past season also I felt pretty good, but 26 is going to be pretty dope.
Yeah. Andrew Gilmore says, remember the hype in 2006? Not really. I mean, I was still coaching at the time. Or actually, that was my first year of not coaching. So I had other things that were a little bit more of a priority. But no, I never felt – I felt the 2006 team had a chance to be great on offense. I always had questions about that defense. Always. Did I think that team had a chance to win a championship? Yes, I did. There's no question. But I had legit questions about their defense because we found out in 2005 they can get outscored. I mean, they scored 40 points against Michigan State and lost. They scored 31 against USC and lost. You know, Brady threw for almost 300 yards against Ohio State and they lost by 2 touchdowns. You know what I mean? Like they can get out. They gave up over 600 yards of offense in that game. The defense was always the big question mark on that team. And yet, you remember that? Well, actually, no, you probably don't remember that, Trav.
I remember that Michigan State game. Went into overtime.
Yeah. I mean, it was a great comeback by Notre Dame.
Yeah, at one point it was what, 38-17, 31-17?
Yeah, it was, both years, actually. Let me look up because it was 38-17 in 2006. They had to come back from Michigan State 2 years in a row. Yeah. They had to come back from them. They lost 44-41. It was 24-17 at halftime, and then Michigan State jumped out to a 38-17 lead. And then Notre Dame scored 14 in the fourth quarter to tie it. And they scored 21 unanswered, actually, to tie it. And then they went to overtime. Notre Dame kicked the field goal, and then Michigan State scored. So I'm pretty sure they were down 38-17 in both years. I believe. Wasn't that the score in 2006 as well when they came back and won 40-37? It was 31-14 at halftime. So they're actually down more at halftime. And then it was the 31-14 was their biggest deficit because Notre Dame scored first in the second half.
Yeah.
And then they went up 16, didn't get the extra point. And then Notre Dame came back and won the game. So, yeah. They were down big both. But yeah, the Fiesta Bowl in 2005 at the end of the 2005 season.
Yeah.
Notre Dame offensively did well. I mean, Brady threw for 286 and Jeff Samardzija had a chance for a huge play early in that game too.
Yeah.
But the defense got ripped apart. Ohio State had 617 yards of offense on 64 plays. They averaged They rushed for 275 and passed for 342. That was always going to be a big concern of mine.
Yeah.
About that 06 team.
That 05 Fiesta Bowl was the first time I truly understood like the speed difference amongst football teams.
Yes.
They had what? Santonio Holmes, Ted Ginn.
Antonio Pittman could run.
Yeah.
Yeah, that team was fast.
That was the first time I truly understood a speed difference in college football.
Yep.
All due respect to him, Ambrose Wooden, I don't think could pay an athletic trainer enough money to make him fast enough to run stride for stride with Ted Ginn.
Ted Ginn had 8 catches for 167 yards and a touchdown, and he also had 2 carries for 73 yards and a touchdown. And again, Mo Stovall went 9 for 126. Darius Walker had over 127 yards of offense and 3 touchdowns. Samardzija didn't play great that game. He had a drop over the middle of the field. He didn't play great that game, but like Stovall went off. Darius Walker had a good game. Brady had some big plays in that game. But to your point, Trev, the speed difference was so obvious in that game.
Nuts. I mean, yeah, that was the first time I truly understood that in football. Yeah.
Yes.
Irish Lions, we all are no strangers to Notre Dame haters of the world. My question is, has the severity changed over time? Have the talking points changed over time? With the fresh cut, T-Rev in full effect. Appreciate you, dude.
I don't think the hatred amongst fans has changed at all. I just think the difference now is they have online ways of expressing that anger. And the reason I say that is I was a Notre Dame fan growing up in Ohio in the 80s. In late 80s, early 90s, when Notre Dame was better than Ohio State and was a dominant team. And like the comments that would be made to me by teachers, because I was also a Broncos fan in the 1980s in Ohio. And just to give you a little background, Trev, in 86, 87, and 89, the Broncos beat the Browns in the AFC Championship every year. And one year was the drive, the next year was the fumble, and then the third year they blew them out. And I mean, I'd get nasty comments made to me by teachers. Bro, I was in middle school, in elementary school. And you know, it just now you have social media and all that other stuff to be able to express it. I think what's changed is Notre Dame used to get a lot of love from the media, and now they don't. And I think people have realized hating on Notre Dame is good for business. I think that, and I think that once ESPN started signing leagues to their conference, to their network, then I think the narrative about Notre Dame started to change. They would hype them up when they were good and then destroy them on their way down.
I don't think the severity has changed. I would also argue that the Notre Dame hatred has gotten dumber, and that's because of the internet. Like it's gotten a lot more surface level. It's gotten a lot more. Well, I read this article from this guy with the blue check mark, so it's got to be true.
No, you didn't. You didn't read an article. You read his tweet.
Yep.
The problem is people. Here's where Twitter has done some good things. I mean, the fact that we have news at our fingertips now. The problem is there's no vetting process, and people just believe things because certain people with blue check marks say them. And the number of times that otherwise smart people have sent me text messages like, hey, did you hear this? And I'm like, bro, it says from No 3 Sports or 274 Sports, or you know what I mean? Like, not Pete Thamel is his Twitter handle. You know, like, why are you sending me this? Adam Schefter has more than 750 followers. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a real account. You know what I'm saying? It's from Adam Schefter. No, bro, it's not. But I think that our ability to debate sports beyond 240 characters has really taken a big hit. Because people talk in the same way they consume knowledge, which is short, surface level. And it's like I was watching a political debate yesterday. And all the one guy wanted to do was just hurl insults and like little things that were going to be like great memes. He could clip this comment and I owned the other side. And like I grew up in an era where there was literal, like legitimate debates about things. And you could sit there and talk about things. Now, because you had to do it face to face. Now it's like, let me hide behind my keyboard and say some dumb thing that makes me sound cool that a million other people have already said that shows I don't understand the topic. And we can't communicate. Like I literally wrote a tweet the other day. And it was the one I wrote about Marcus Freeman. It took you how long to read through that, Trev? A minute? 45 seconds?
Yeah,
maybe. And the guy was like, I'm not reading that essay. I'm like, bro, do you realize what you're just admitted to everyone? You can't take 30 to 45 seconds out of your day to read something. That's too much for you. Like, do you understand what you're admitting? That you're not smart enough to consume something that takes more than 240 or 280 characters. Like, that's not the own or the flex that you think it is, bro. You know, and I just think a lot of those things have really hurt our ability to have proper, healthy discourse. Because when you got to say something to somebody's face, Trev, I've found that people tend to be a lot less aggressive in face-to-face interactions than they are over the internet.
Yeah, it's easy to talk stuff when you're doing it with your fingers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I've said this before. People chirp a lot louder nowadays when there's not the same threat that they might get their butt kicked. I'm just saying. Yes, and I'm with you guys that when people say the stuff about join the conference, it's like that's what Trev's talking about. It's so shallow. It's like, okay, what does that mean? Notre Dame played more FBS teams, or Notre Dame played more Power 4 teams in the regular season last year than Alabama did.
Well, and it just all stems from, I mean, you can use this with politics. You can use it with literally anything. All you have to do is ask why. And at some point, if you're talking to somebody that's my age or slightly older, my dad said, and it's like, oh, okay, sounds good. I bet. Well, tell your dad I said hello. And then also ask him why Notre Dame should be in a conference. It's all about why. Do you know why Notre Dame isn't? No, but they should. It's unfair. It's like, why is it unfair? Because my dad said so. It's like, okay.
Or this is just what the people that I'm fans of say.
Yep.
It's the same tired stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, it's very annoying. Very, very annoying. Real quick from Kevin Parks, what does Notre Dame have to do to make the roster numbers right? Nothing. They can have 105 now. They're currently, I believe, at 98. So I think they're good there, Kevin. I still won't be shocked if a couple guys jump in the portal, but I mean, we're now T-minus 7.5 hours, and I don't think anybody's jumped in. So we'll see. We'll see.
From Irish in Florida, what level of impact do you expect Partridge to have on our pass rush compared to just new additions in the room?
I think certainly here's understand this comment properly, because this is not meant to say that Al Washington wasn't doing something well. But I think if you say one thing, okay, Al Washington did a great job of developing the 2025 defensive line. And there's a certain foundation that was laid by the D-line coach at Oregon with Tion Gray. There was a foundation laid with the D-line coach at Pitt with Francis Brew. And there was a foundation laid by Al Washington with the Notre Dame players. And then Chris Partridge comes in and brings his level of expertise, and he's adding to that foundation. It doesn't mean that the guy that was there before wasn't doing a good job. It's like now they're going to have both of their influences to their games. Like Charlie Partridge isn't going to come in and say, I don't know what the heck this guy was doing. This guy's an idiot. Like, he was a terrible coach. We got to scrap everything they were doing and rebuild this, which is kind of what Harry Heaston had to do in 2022. And that type of thing. It's no, hey, look, great foundation was laid, but it's my job to take it to the next level. And one of the things that I think I think that he's going to see when he watches film is there's area for continued improvement when it comes to developing a little bit more of a pass rush repertoire from players, especially on the inside, but even also on the outside, and better finishing moves about getting to the ball. Notre Dame's hits on the quarterback to pressure rate was not elite. It was good, but it wasn't elite last year. Pressures were good, and part of that's because ball was coming out quick and all that. But like, there's another level for winning in the pass game and then finishing at the quarterback and finishing at the ball are areas that I think he can add to it. But it would be harder to do if he was inheriting a room that just wasn't well coached and he had to teach the basics. The basics are there. It's now his job to take it even to another level, which would have been what Al Washington would have been tasked with doing if he was still there. But that's why you're bringing a guy like Charlie Partridge. Like, okay, Al brought you to here. Now he's going to go try to do that linebacker, what you're going to do in a D-line, which is now it's time to take it to another level. That's going to be the key.
The other thing that I would also add to that I would like to see is more conservative effort of trying to tip passes at the line of scrimmage. You have very, very long defensive linemen. So just more of an emphasis on that as well. But everything else, I agree with you.
I'm glad you do, because I thought it was a great point.
I
thought I crushed that one, Trev.
You did.
Nailed it.
Are you wearing my Bisol glasses? You killed that.
Real quick from this one, do you think Madden Freeman will play a big role this season? I think he'll absolutely be in the rotation and play a lot more this season.
Yeah.
And I also think he's going to be an absolute monster on special teams as well. I absolutely think that. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Here's a good football question from Luke Breeding.
What is split flow zone, and would Notre Dame have any use for it? How would you like to see the run game be more creative? It's a good question.
So it's a great question. So they do use split flow zone. One of the hardest things to say in coaching is split flow zone for me. I just because I talk fast anyway. And so like things like that kind of, I'm like, zone. Okay, let me try that again. Split flow zone. They do that. Split flow zone is basically just, so when you run inside zone, everybody's blocking call side. So we're blocking zones to the right, whether it's slow swipe, fast swipe, inside zone, mid zone, outside zone has different teaching points. But it's like, hey, we're blocking together in zones, working on combos up to the next level. And then you're coming, hey, me or you are working together based on am I uncovered or you uncovered, whatever. But you're kind of blocking call side. There's things that you have to do to account for the backside edge. Now, some teams will do zone lock, which is essentially base blocking backside and then reading RPOs off the backside backer. So if the backside backer comes, I pull and throw a glance route or a hitch route or a slide route or whatever. Some teams will have they'll put someone backside, tight end backside, running back backside, and his job is to just root out the backside and protect the C gap and make sure nobody crosses his face. Don't let anybody just crash down the line. That's just pure inside zone. There's zone read, which is we're going to not block that backside guy, and then the quarterback's got to read him. If he comes down, we pull and get outside. If he settles, we give. The way I was taught it was like it's give unless. That's the rule. Give unless. I'm planning to give unless he comes and takes it away. And then what they also have, and this has been around for forever, is split flow zone. And essentially what you're doing is, and I was always a big fan of split flow zone against tighter techniques. If I'm going to get a wide 9, then I can put my tight end backside and it's easy to do. But a lot of teams will go 7-eye against the tight end, which is inside shade of the tight end. And if that guy's a good player, it can be hard to kind of get up underneath him and he just may ride you down to the backside. And if you are a good tight end, you can get a push and ride him down and the running back may cut behind you. But if he beats you, he can kind of crash down and take that play away. And teams will crash that guy and then loop the backside back around to prevent you from being able to do your read concepts. So what you can do against some of those tighter techniques is you can put the tight end play side and have him come backside. So split flow zone is your starting play side and you're basically coming backside and blocking on movement. And it used to be where you'd have a fullback and he would just line up in an eye and he would just go that way. Like when we ran split flow zone when I was at Muhlenberg, I mean, we'd line up in 21 personnel, the tight end to the right, fullback to the left. And if we ran zone to tight end side, he was just blocking back, and now it's like it's more intricate now, but that's basically what it is. It's not a different play. It's just inside zone, but it's called split flow zone because of there's some differences to how it's getting blocked. And where it's different is also the read for the back on split flow zone can be different as well. The odds of you cutting it all the way back out the back door behind that block are not as strong because you're trying to create a kick block there backside. And so you're a lot of times going to cut inside of that more often than not. You're not going to necessarily get that wash down that you would from just a pure backside blocker where you may cut it all the way out the back door. You may not do that when you're running split flow zone. You're trying to create that backside run lane with a hard kick block and a wash down and cut it back that way.
And just for clarification here, when you're talking about tight end going and blocking backside, that's at the snap. That's not something that you set up pre-snap, correct? You said you align them play side at the snap. They shoot backside.
Yes.
Block that.
Yes.
Okay.
Now you can start going. You can start kind of zip blocking, but if you just line up, if you motion and line up, you're just running it's inside zone. It's like if he's play side and then you motion him backside, I don't call that split flow zone because you're getting a different blocking angle on him. You're maybe looking for more of a wash down backside.
Yep.
Split flow zone, you're trying to create a hard backside run lane. by bringing him from the front side. You're not now. It could if the guy crashes really narrow, he gets in the hip of the. I mean, if the tight end. So what some DNs will do is if they see that tackle block down, they'll teach their DN to just get right in that tackle's hip and just follow him down. Well, if you're running a split flow zone and you're the tight end, you may hit him and just kind of work around him and like log him. And now the back may have a chance to just now he can take that sucker out the back door, all the way out the back door. That expression means you're literally cutting behind the farthest blocker, whether it's a tight tackle or the tight end. All the way out the back door means, I mean, what's the back door of your house? It's the last door you can possibly go out of, right? I mean, there is no other door. It's the furthest back side you can go. So that's basically what that means. But that's what split flow zone is. So it's really the person who has to have the most variance in what they do and all these different things are the tight end and the back. The back has to know what kind of blocking we're doing because it's going to impact his read. If we're running read zone, you don't want to jump cut all the way back if the quarterback gives you the ball because that means there's a D standing right there. You want to hit a vertical crease on that. If you're running, just normal inside zone with a backside tight end, you may have the option of taking that sucker all the way out the back door. So there's just different. The back has to have some understanding of what's being done. But like the rules and responsibilities for the line and the tight end don't change as far as who to block. The only thing that changes is the tight end is blocking with a different technique. That's really the easiest way that I could explain it.
Makes sense. From Frank G, with the new portal wide receivers and freshman wide receivers coming in, should Jordan Faison's snap count actually go down from last year? With this, he will have more energy in the long haul and doesn't take plays off.
Yeah. I want to say something here real quick. If people are saying I need visuals for this, that's the message board. Like we literally have breakdowns of this stuff on the message board. If you go to if you're a premium board member at the top, there's a bunch of stuck stories. There's a blue tag that says film room. And it says IB film breakdowns. And if you go to last year's film breakdowns, you'll be able to find inside zone, mid zone, outside zone, all that stuff is explained, and there's film of all that. I'll also be doing some more of that stuff this offseason. I've got all the run game data broken down. I just got to put it into graphs and then make the videos and stuff like that. So that stuff is on the board. So if you actually want to see these things carried out, we do those upon further reviews. I do them in the different breakdowns when I break down the run game on the board. So again, that's another reason that you want to be a premium board member is we do those kind of breakdowns, and I'll just have film and me talking over the film. It's not my face. You don't have to look at this. Thank God. You don't have to look at this all the time, but you do have to hear my voice, unfortunately. But we do have visuals for all this kind of stuff. So just to make sure that's there. Frank G, to your question, Frank, about Jordan Faison. I've always wanted Jordan Faison's snap count to go down just because I don't love receivers playing 60-plus snaps a game. I'm not quite as concerned about it in 2026, Trev, because he won't be playing lacrosse. So he won't be having the same wear and tear on his. My concern with Jordan Faison was not just I don't love receivers playing 60-plus snaps a game. I also don't love it when smaller receivers have to play 60-plus snaps a game. And I definitely don't love it when a smaller receiver who's also playing lacrosse at an elite level the entire spring has to play 50, 60 snaps a game. So I'm less concerned about that this year than I was last year. The other thing about Jordan Faison is I wouldn't be as upset with him playing 50 snaps if he's playing 50 snaps at outside and in the slot. Because the slot just doesn't run as much deep stuff as the Z does. And that's part of it too. Like I've always ever seen when a receiver runs a go route, he always comes off and they put somebody else in. Last year, Malachi Fields and Jordan Faison would run go routes and then come all the way back, line up, and have to run another flipping vertical route. And then do that 50 times a game, or 20 times a game. That was my issue. You don't need to do that with the depth you have at wide receiver now. But for Jordan, I could see the 50-60 because the slot receiver doesn't run quite as much of the vertical stuff. He'll do a little bit more short stuff, and it's a little bit different. But if it's between two positions, I could see that. I could see there being a little bit more understanding of that. But even then, I'd like to see a snap count go down a little bit, just because it's more of a keeping him fresh for an entire game. It's not he doesn't I never said you got to play him less snaps because he's not very good. It was always, these guys are going to wear down. And there was a time during the season that they were clearly starting to wear down and didn't quite have the juice they had early in the season. Then bye weeks helped recover that, a couple blowouts and all that. And I think they would have been super fresh going into the postseason because they would have had Greathouse back. They would have had Faison getting some rest, Malachi getting some rest. I'm still, okay, about to get fired up. Let's not do that. Let's get a few more here. Let's have a few more here before we get out of here.
From the Bruise Crew. I like that. Like that a lot. Just seen Virginia Tech is paying JMU to cancel their game this season. Thoughts?
I think that's total Bush League by Virginia Tech. Yeah, I think that's total Bush League by Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
You're going to cancel one. Yeah, look, because part of it is like you have to kind of cancel your games because you just went to a 9-game conference and you had scheduled 4 non-conference games. In theory, I understand you having to drop somebody, but number one, why are you dropping an in-state school? Like, you're part of the same school system, I believe. I believe Virginia Tech is a public school. I could be wrong on that. But, like, that's the game you're dropping? You're not dropping VMI. You're dropping, come on. Not cool.
Yeah, I think that's really, really lame.
Yeah.
Really lame. And yes, Virginia Tech is a public university.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Bush League. Yeah, that's Bush League. And it was supposed to be played on September 26th, which right now I believe, let's see who they're playing real quick. Virginia Tech 2026 football schedule. So, yeah, I mean, that it was going to be after the Maryland game. They could have dropped Old Dominion. They could have dropped VMI. They could have dropped Maryland. They dropped the best team of all of them. That's Bush League, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It is what it is. But it's also easier to drop game 4 than it is to drop game 1.
Sure.
I mean, if we're being honest about it too, there is that as well.
From Fat Fish, most important to this year's success, offense taking next step, defense becomes more elite, coaching elevates.
I think coaching elevates. This kind of goes back. This is a great question. This goes back to a question earlier about the offensive line. Yeah. If the O-line coaching is elevated and Chris Ash is as good for 12 games as he was for like 7 this year, then those are going to be any different. Those will turn things into the offense taking the next step, the defense being more elite. Those are coaching decisions. The personnel's there. By the way, Fat Fish is somebody that's been with us for a while. One of I think 2 years ago at the tailgate, when everybody else went into the stadium, he stayed behind and helped my mom and dad clean up for the tailgate, break everything down. So my guy Paul did that, who's not in the show today, but those are one of the things I love about this community is there's a lot of people that are willing to give their time and to really make this place better. And we appreciate that. And I always occasionally want to remind people of that and the thanks for that. So we appreciate you very, very much. Very, very much. My dude, just your ordinary Joe.
Make a prediction. Will the next Under the Tarnished Dome teardown of Notre Dame happen after the first national championship or the second?
First. Like, yes, there will be hit pieces on Notre Dame if they go out and win the title next year. And that's not just Notre Dame, Trev. Look what they're doing to Indiana now. Oh, Indiana's cheating. They're cheating. They're doing. I'm like, okay, guys. Okay. Sure. Here's what I said to a friend of mine. Well, look at Michigan. Look at Michigan. What was going on in the Big Ten for like 3 years with Michigan? You had coaches nonstop complaining about it. Nonstop complaining about Michigan. Remember the halftime interview that Greg Schiano did? I mean, coaches were constantly accusing Michigan of cheating the last 2-3 years. Constantly. That didn't just come up late in the 23 season.
No.
That had been going on for a year. I mean, from the beginning, they were like, dude, I have heard not a single coach complain about Indiana cheating. Not a single one. And this is a pretty whiny profession where if there was any thought that was going on, they'd be talking about it. I don't care. So like a buddy of mine, he's like, the stats guy. And I'm like, that's what happens when stat guys don't know football because they can't explain why there's these anomalies in statistics. Because I can pop on the film and say, that's what a really good, well-coached football team looks like. In an era where coaching fundamentals and discipline is not nearly as important, one team is still focused on that. And guess what? That team has talent and is kicking everybody's butt. And it is easier when you don't have to play a gauntlet week after week after week to then step up and play in those big games. But I don't care much for Indiana. But this notion that they're cheating, in my opinion, is nonsense. Well, they're taking signals from the sideline. That's not cheating. Nobody's ever accused a team of cheating because they are seeing your signals and they have someone picking up your signals. That's not cheating. That's football. Cheating when it comes to sign stealing is you send someone to games and film games. You cheat and you hack into different systems and steal film that you don't have a right to have. You have people videoing things that you're not supposed to have. That's different than you're an idiot because in 3 years you've yet to change your signals from the sidelines, and we figured it out. You know what I mean? Like that's no different than Drake Bowen calling out a run play because he's seen them do it so many times on film that he now knows what you're doing. Is he supposed to not say something? It's your job to mix those things up. That's different than tapping into the other team's headset and knowing what calls are being made or the things that Michigan was doing. So it's very, very different.
Yep.
But and you're hearing that, but you will hear some things, Joe. You'll hear some people's, start leaking things to try to tear down Marcus Freeman. You'll have people hearing, leaking things to the Notre Dame did this, and I mean they're sold their soul. They tampered with this guy and all that kind of stuff. You'll definitely start to hear that stuff. Definitely start to hear that stuff.
Oh yeah, it's a lose-lose, Joe. I mean, Notre Dame doesn't win, they suck, and they're overrated every year. If they win it, they cheated.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it'll be. And I could care less about either of the two. If Notre Dame wins a national championship, I could care less about what. Yeah.
Yep. It's one of those things where jealousy is a real thing, and people don't want to admit, hey, man, they kicked our butts. They outworked us. They outcoached us. They outprepared us. It's like, man, they did this. They did that. I'm not talking about coaches. I'm talking about fans and analysts.
Oh, 100%.
I don't think you're going to hear Mario Cristobal talking about if they lose, well, they were cheating. They were, you're not going to hear Kurt Cignetti say that either.
Mm-mm.
They'll make excuses for why they didn't play well, like Cignetti did last year against Notre Dame, but it won't be, I think Notre Dame cheated.
No.
It won't be that. That'll be what fans and analysts who can't fathom how a team like Indiana could be good because they can't pop in film and say, oh, that's why they're good. Because truly, there's a lot of stat nerds that do great work, but need to know this is where you need to end your evaluation, because once you get past what the numbers tell us, you suck at evaluating why, because you don't know football. There's some that do, but there's other, hey, man, just give me the data. I don't need all that from you. Pipe down now. Okay. Just give me the data.
Yeah.
And they just don't understand. They can't pop into film and say, oh, that's why Indiana has numbers that just seem out of the ordinary.
Stats without context is a dangerous game if you're going to build an entire argument off of that.
Yeah, especially when you can't understand the context.
Right. From Mark Couch, if head coach Marcus Freeman brings a national championship back to Notre Dame, where would you rate him compared to the past Notre Dame head coaches when considering talent acquisition, impact on the university, national perception, etc.?
I mean, if he wins a title next year and then leaves, I would say he did a phenomenal job. He was great at all those things, but I would still rank him behind Era, Rockne, Leahy, and Lou Holtz in every area except impact on the university. Because I think the one thing that there's so much more money that's flowing into schools now because of sports. That would be a different area. But that's more of an era generational thing. But all those other guys did it for longer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Lou had 88, but he also had 89, 92, 93. There's a level of over a period of time. He would be more Dan Devine if he left right now or was never great again than he would be Ara Parseghian, who did it for a decade. You know what I mean? That's kind of where I look at it. Now, if he stays 26, 27, 28, 29, then yeah, now all of a sudden you're okay. You've played for the title 3 or 4 times. You've surpassed Coach Holtz because you've won a title and you've been a top 5 team as much or more than he has, but it would take some longevity to get to that point in time. So like, let's say Marcus Freeman leaves after 26, just for argument's sake. His 2026 title could match the 88 title. You could argue that his 2024 team could match the 93 team. But who's your 89 team? What's your 92 team? You don't have those yet. So that's why I say it's all going to depend on how much longer he stays. Because Marcus Freeman just turned 40. If he stays for 5 more years, then I think he has an opportunity to be considered a greater coach than Lou Holtz in regard to on-field effectiveness. Now, he'll never be the personality Coach Holtz was because he was legendary in that regard. But from a talent acquisition, impact, perception, championships, wins, I think he has a chance to surpass Coach Holtz. And that's saying something because that's a legend as well. But if you want to pass Coach Leahy and Rockne and Coach Parseghian, they won 2+. It's different eras, but Frank Leahy had a group of kids that went 4 years and never lost a game. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
It's just not fair to compare anybody to those. It's not fair to
Exactly.
compare anybody to Newt Rockne and Frank Leahy. It's the game's different and all of it's different.
Agreed. And Mark, I appreciate your question. I really do.
It's a great question.
It is. This is just me personally, different age groups. I could care less about comparing him to other coaches. I was not alive when Lou Holtz was a coach at Notre Dame. So for me, it's like in my eyes, even though it was in the 80s, comparing Marcus Freeman to Lou Holtz is like comparing Marcus Freeman to Newt Rockne. I was alive for both of their tenures.
That is so sad to hear you say.
Like,
so sad to hear you say. You weren't alive when Lou Holtz was coaching. Like, it just is crazy to hear you say that. And dang, you are young. Because, I was in college and Lou Holtz.
And that's what's even crazy.
I was actually a senior in high school in his last year at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
That's crazy. No, yeah, senior in high school. That's crazy.
Yeah. Like, it's just one of those things, man, and it's not even like I'm that young. I'm not 17.
Right.
Like that's the thing. Like,
crazy.
And I don't want to do any disservice to your question, Mark. Like, I understand the comparisons, but like, for me, my takeaway will be he is head and shoulders the best Notre Dame coach in my lifetime, and it is not even close. That'll be my takeaway.
I think as you get older and deeper into this profession, you'll be able to have a greater understanding of the importance of putting things in proper comparison to the past in ways like this. It's impossible to do it. Hey, how would you compare Ross Browner to insert Notre Dame player? Like, I wouldn't. Different eras. Ross Browner at 6'4", 250 was a monster back then. Now he's an undersized edge player. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
But, teams are built different. I can't compare them in that regard. But can 100%. I compare the legacy of a coach and what he did in his era to another? Yeah, I think that's something that as you get older, because I didn't appreciate Ara Parseghian when I was 13, 14, 15 years old. It was as I got older and things like that. And you understand the history of it and different aspects of it that I think you can make that comparison. And it's not hard to say, like, look, you want to compare Marcus Freeman to Ara Parseghian, then he's got to win too. I mean, Lou Holtz is a great coach. He wasn't better than Ara.
Oh, sure.
Ara did it for longer. Now, you could argue Lou played tougher schedules, and there's always those conversations to have, but I would never dream of comparing a coach to Newt Rockne or Frank Leahy. It's just unfair to that coach. It's such a different era, such a different era. But it's about the tradition that they established that you're now living up to, which is the standard as being a championship football team. And ultimately, that's the goal. And if he wants to be on that, I just would love for us to be able to have that conversation someday.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
where we're actually comparing, hey, this is what Lou Holtz did, and this is what Marcus Freeman did, and this is what, and then we can have the conversation. Well, yeah, Marcus Freeman did this, but Era did that or Leahy did that in an era where there was no roster limits. You would just stack rosters, and you'd have kids that would, in 30 years from now, would not be able to be on your team because they'd have to be starting somewhere else because you had I mean, there's all types of things that change the way the game is played. You know, I mean, imagine if Notre Dame had to go out to USC on a train. Like, you talk about travel now. You used to have to take a train out to LA, out to New York to play games.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's like, imagine what some of these coaches, though, would have had to do if they had to prepare for a 12-team playoff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, would they have been successful? Absolutely, they probably would have been. Like, it's just, my point is like, with it being the first one in my lifetime, my first takeaway if Notre Dame wins a national championship isn't, okay, where does he rank? It's like that won't be my initial takeaway.
And it's hard for me to understand that, Trev, because like I was not alive when Ara Parseghian won a title, but there was only a 14-year difference between the two. So that tradition was still there even when I first started winning or watching the team. Yeah. I was born 4 years after Ara's championship.
Yeah.
And so they won their first title when I was 10. We're now talking, we're almost like, we're getting closer and closer to like 40 years since Notre Dame's won a title. We're over 30 years. So it's hard for me to understand that mindset. But trying to think about it, you're like, I kind of get it. Because you grew up in an era where Notre Dame football was not fresh off of a championship. And, you know, I was 10 when they won a title. It had only been 14 years since their last. When you were 10, Notre Dame hadn't won a title in almost 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
19 years when you turned 10 years old. No, actually, you turned 10 in 2007, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's 19 years, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I get that.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about, man.
Here's one: acupuncture. Notre Dame will exceed 100 tackles for loss this season. Yeah, I believe so. Just the style of what Charlie Partridge brings to the table, plus the fact I think they're going to play 16 games.
100%.
So yeah. Charlie Weiss's last belt loop. Do you think the Megalodon still exists? I have no idea, Charlie. All I know is there are still things in the depths of our seas that we have that we don't know about. I do have a bit of a hard time thinking that something that large still exists, but there's still parts of our ocean that have been unexplored. So I can't say for sure that it doesn't. And the fact that we do have evidence they did exist tells me that they weren't way down there like the things we haven't explored. So I would say probably not, but I couldn't tell you for sure.
Nor do I want to find out.
Not firsthand.
Nah, like
not firsthand.
I mean, if the Meg still exists, that will confirm my fears of going on a cruise, and my wife will be very disappointed because then we will just never go on.
They're not like the ones from the movies. Okay,
that's cool. That's cool. I'm not going to be the one to find out.
You ever see the Chappelle Show skit? Samuel L. Jackson Beer. He ate me. A shark ate me. He goes, why are you yelling? He goes, I'm not yelling. This is how I talk. Haven't you seen my movies? Juice? That was a good one. He said, Deep Blue Sea? They ate me. A shark ate me. That's such a freaking funny skit, man. It's hilarious. This is how I talk. Samuel Jackson. It'll get you drunk. That's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite. And then Bill Burr's like, why are you yelling at me? It's not. It's how I talk. Haven't you seen my movies? It's so freaking funny.
That's awesome.
We got to get one from Salty before we get out of here.
Appreciate you, Salty. Now that CJ Carr has a year of experience, will he fully engage slot receivers from game one?
Yeah. I think you'll see him spread the ball around even more this year. I do.
Yeah, and with CJ going into year 2, I think you're going to see Denbrock scheme up more things to have more of a full field effect, and I think the slot's going to play a big part in that. And you would also argue that Salty, I'm pretty sure I know what direction you're going in here. The guy returning in the slot, is now your most experienced one-on-one possession catch guy on the roster. So yeah, I think they're going to get more involved. Super chat from Tyler Evans. Appreciate you, man. Give me your most ungrateful fan base.
Pick one of the two Alabama teams.
Huh?
Pick one of the two Alabama teams, Alabama or Auburn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be mine.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I'll leave it
What
there.
were you going to say? Notre Dame?
Super chat from Ryan Michael. Excuse me, something in my throat. Definitely wasn't pleading the fifth. Just jumped in. Do we know which portal editions will be here for spring ball? If not yet, can you post on the board when you find out? Thank you.
Yeah, that's an email I planned on sending later today. So I don't know if they'll tell us an answer, but it is.
Right on. Super chat from Zibby94. Appreciate you. Do you think Chris Ash will keep doing what was working, or did they bring some zone defenders in the run scheme he wanted last year? To run the scheme he wanted to last year?
Yeah, they definitely have brought in some zone defenders. I mean, that's exactly what Jaden Sanders is. He did like 99% of his snaps were playing zone. DJ McKinney's a zone guy, but that fits in with the field corner position. Well, again, I guys, there's elite pass defenses that play a lot of zone. Ohio State and Texas had great pass defenses in 2024. They were not heavy man teams. I just want it to be aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Be aggressive. That's be sound, be smart, be aggressive. Let the kids play. That's what I want to see.
Yes.
You don't have to do it the way that Mike Mickens and Al Golden did it to be great. You just have to be aggressive, like meaning the same number of blitzes or the same number of zone. Just be aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want to see.
Yes, 100%.
Yep. Real quick, Vanilla Chill. Do you think it would be better if the national championship was tonight instead of Monday? No, I think that it'd be better if it was on a Saturday.
Agreed.
And I wish that the NFL and college football could kind of get on the same page with that. But I don't think the NFL cares about college football, and I don't think that college football has any desire to go up against the NFL. So I understand, but I don't like it. It should be a Saturday night thing.
100%.
Yep. And there's a lot of other great questions. Here's a real quick from All Holiday Every Day. Who do you think will be the fourth guy in the defensive end rotation behind Boubacar, Young, and Keeley?
I'm hoping it's Logan Thomas.
Yeah, Logan Thomas. I'd keep my eye out for Dom Hulek as well, and then of course you've got the two freshmen, Rodney Dunham and Ebenezer Utade.
Yeah.
So that one of those four guys, and I think we could see 2 or 3 of those guys playing in different roles this year.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I would see it. And then last one, Trev. This is a good one to end on.
Who do you?
I'm gonna read because I want you to answer first. Who do you think? From Brian's Balloons LLC. Who do you think will be selected as captains this year? Mine, Drake Bowen, Don Schuler, Leonard Moore, CJ Carr, Jordan. I think this is Faison or Greathouse, and then Ashton Craig.
Yeah, defensively, those are mine. I think we've talked about this before. I think the two guys that were captains in 2025 return as captains in 26. Now, I could see Leonard Moore being the other one. There's some other sleepers potentially on the D-line. I would still lean towards Leonard Moore. He's going to be one of the leaders of the team this year. Offensively, I like Carr. I'm going to replace Ashton Craig with Anthony Knapp. I could see Knapp being a captain this year. And then I agree. I think between the two, I could see it being Greathouse, but it wouldn't surprise me if Faison did either.
With Ashton Craig, it depends on if he's ready to play at the beginning of the year. It's hard for me to have a captain start the year on the DL. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like that could be tough. But if he's there in fall camp, in spring ball and fall, then sure, name him a captain. I would be all for that. I think he's probably more of a captain, but again, it's hard for me to name a guy captain who's not going to be healthy to start the season.
Right.
And the other thing too about Ashton Craig is he doesn't need a C on his chest to be a leader. He's already proven that the last 2 years. So I agree with all of those. I'm good with all those with my caveat on Ashton Craig. And if Ashton Craig is not one of them, then I agree with Trevor. Either they don't have 3 offensive captains or it'll be Anthony Knapp.
Mm-hmm.
I could absolutely see that. I could see that. It's not. I'm not out of the realm of possibility that it's Faison and Greathouse.
Very true.
There's no rule that says that you can only have one per position.
Right.
So those would be mine. Somebody else on defense. I mean, I don't know of any defensive lineman that would take on like the Heinisch role or that. I think it'd be linebackers and DBs or where a lot of your captains are going to come from. Because who do we say that it's Schuler, Moore, and then Drake Bowen? Yeah, I mean those are going to be your captains. Like maybe like a Jaden Alsbury steps up in a leadership role, but I think more likely than not, it's the 2 captains from last year plus Leonard Moore.
Yeah,
would be my guess.
Agreed.
Well, Trev, unfortunately, there's a ton of great questions in here, but we just aren't able to get to all of them today. But I really look forward to answering more of these questions next week in our Buy So Hold next week. I want to just give a little scheduling note. Well, I'll repeat this again on the message board, but we're going to start a schedule change. I don't know if we'll definitely do it this week, but definitely the week after that, where we're going to change up our schedule a little bit. We're actually going to start and end the week with our kind of question submission shows. We're going to move to where we're going to start doing Buy So Hold on Monday, the Mailbag on Friday, and then have 3 shows in between where we do different things. We're going to kind of reformat our Wednesday show to be more of sort of like a midweek rundown of a lot of different topics and have some fun with it. So we're going to kind of alter our schedule a little bit. We're going to stay with 5 days a week for the off season this year. The numbers have been great. You guys are showing up. It makes it worth our while to do shows every day. So as long as that continues, then we're going to continue doing shows every day. But we are going to mix it up a little bit and have the Buy So Holds be on Monday. And then Trevor and I got to go over our schedules for next week first, whether or not it's going to happen this week. But if it doesn't happen this week, it'll definitely start next week, the week after. So the week of the 26th, we're going to start doing our Buy So Hold on Monday, our Mailbag on Friday, and then have a bunch of Notre Dame related stuff on Monday. And then, of course, exceptions will be like they are now, where if there's news breaking, we'll do that those days as well. So that's kind of the new plan we're going to start looking into. And we'll have more for you guys on the message board, and we'll tweet out things like that. But that's why you have to make sure that you're A, subscribed to the channel, and B, that you have the notification bell on so you can see when we go. And Salty, I'll get with you on that. I'll probably want to post it on Saturday morning is kind of what I'm thinking. Saturday morning, putting it up. So, but I'll get with you on that, Salty. Don't do it just yet. We'll connect on that. But and then, of course, always, folks, if when we do make this decision, it'll go immediately up on the message board. We got tons of film on the message board that you can look at. We're going to have a lot of – I've already broken down every game in the 25 season. So that's been actually done for like a month almost. But with everything going on with the portal and Freeman and all this, I just couldn't get into the breakdowns. But those are going to start coming out here in the next couple of weeks. The team – we're going to know exactly who's on the team as of in about 6.5 hours, a little over 6.5 hours. We're going to start our team breakdowns next week. I'm so excited about what we got coming down here on Irish Breakdown. So definitely check that out. So, folks, thank you for being with us today. I hope you all have an amazing, amazing weekend, a safe weekend, and we'll see you next week. For Trevor, I'm Brian. Have an awesome rest of your day, and thanks for joining us on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.